goddamn selfish.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition, the eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Welcome to the FIDE World Cup here in beautiful Goa, where the calm vistas contrast sharply with the tension in the playing hall. A win could mean a ticket to the quarterfinals. Players must decide to take risks now or trust their nerves later. Here in Goa, only one thing is certain. Someone's journey is about to change. Welcome, and we are back with round 5, game 2. I'm Yavi Hauska, and I'm here with someone who is going to keep us all in check, even though the evaluation bar might go a little bit crazy. It is, of course, Grandmaster Arturs Nixans. Arturs, how are you doing?
Hey, Yavi, namaste, all the chess fans. I feel great, of course, because while I've not been commentating during the other days, I've been following the action every single day. A lot of exciting stuff happening. And even though we saw quite a bit of draws yesterday, I wouldn't really say the games were boring. I'm very, very excited to see what today is going to bring, possibly some historic moments. So, yeah, let's buckle it up and enjoy the show.
Absolutely. And Arthur said boring. Well, this event is anything but boring. It's the definition of excitement. We started off with 206 players, all in that single elimination knockout. We're now down to the round of 16. And today it is the final game of Classical in round 5. And it means that for this round, it's the last game at 19 minutes for 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then of course with that 30-minute additional time after move 41, and of course that 30-second bonus time that is happening. And Arturs, you mentioned yesterday that it was maybe the calm before/after the storm, after round 4's dramatic tie breaks. Who knows what's going to be happening today? But here to sum up all of the action of the round yesterday, it is our very own international master, Rakesh Kulkarni.
Welcome to game 2 of round 5, and an exciting day lies ahead after 7 of the 8 games ended in draws. Yaoki Sundaro was the only player to win, and Frederick Swane, who beat Gukesh earlier in the tournament, has to win on demand today. Before we get into the pairings today, let's quickly check in with some fun facts. More 2600s are alive than 2700s. This has never happened at any World Cup in the past at this stage. And also another cool fact is Levan Aronian remains the only World Cup medalist after MVL was eliminated in round 4. Very cool stat that out of the 16 players, Levan Aronian again the only one who has played the candidates, and with 3 candidate spots at World Cups, 2 more debutants at the candidates 2026 is guaranteed now. Quickly checking at the games, Dubov was pressing a little bit and was winning against Shankland but couldn't convert. Erigasi also same against Aronian. So it's going to be the reverse fixture. Swane is only on must win. And let's see who goes to round 6, the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup, or we'll see more tie breaks. Let's find out, guys. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Rakesh. And you can find more behind the scenes footage from Rakesh's Instagram profile, The Rocky. And as Rakesh mentioned yesterday, 7 draws, but Yavoko Sindarov, just 19 years old, winning with the white pieces against Frederick Swane, which puts Frederick in that must-win scenario. He's got the white pieces, he has to press. And it was a round with a lot of twists and turns, as Rakesh summed up. But going into today's games, well, Arturs, we're going to be seeing a lot of action, because the players have to decide, are they going to take the risks now or leave it to later?
Yeah, I think absolutely the players with the white color, they're going to try for more than a draw. And I'm fairly positive that there will be some decisive games here today. But I think it's also perfectly understandable that the pace has slowed down a bit compared to the explosive start at the beginning of the World Cup. We saw a lot of pre-tournament favorites already leaving the tournament after unexpected results. So I'm fairly sure we are going to see today as well. And speaking about the youngest players' performance in the tournament, it's not only the 19-year-old Sindarov that caught our attention because he was the one who won his game yesterday, but also Alexei Grabnev. And I've been following his progress lately quite a bit, and he amazes me how he plays such quiet, solid chess. He's incredibly well prepared. And yesterday also we saw his game against Andrei Yesepenko, where Yesepenko was unable to pose him any problems in the opening phase. So I would say that's also the name, Grabnev, to watch out today.
Yeah, absolutely. The World Cup is renowned for its surprises, its twists and turns every step of the way. Well, it's a relatively new event, so let's find a little bit more about this particular championship.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda has had an absolutely incredible run, and he wins the World Cup.
Yes, and there's a handshake, rook takes e1.
Magnus Carlsen secures victory at the 2023 World Cup.
Yeah, and one person who's still in it is Levon Aronian, and he's already a two-time World Cup winner. He's had a tremendous amount of play, and his chess has been incredibly impressive as well. And guess what? He's been in the candidate 6 times. So if he manages to get one of those candidate spots, he'll be in the candidates for a 7th time. And it has been quite the creative, very unusual path that he's taken in terms of the chess. We've seen him come up with novelties in the openings. We've seen him sacrifice rooks. We've seen absolutely every level of genius as we see Levon Aronian in the final 16. And he's got Arjun Erigaisi, but he has the white pieces today. And Arta's gonna ask you, do you think we're gonna see him play more in his inimitable style?
Yeah, it's such a joy always to watch Levon play, and I think that it's probably not even a big secret. He just enjoys the tournament because I remember his last match against Radoslav Wojtaszek, right? So he plays with the black color. You would think you just won the first game with the white color. You have to be solid with the black color because this is what you're supposed to do, and I'm pretty sure he can do it. No, I mean, instead he goes for some sharp complications just to get a very interesting game, and what happens. And end of the day, like he did make a draw from this mess quite convincingly, and it's just really nice for me also as a chess fan and everybody else to follow. I mean, he entertains everybody, and now again he's playing against Arjun Erigaisi, the madman of chess essentially, and these two very creative minds, they face off again each other today. So I expect a spectacle, to be honest.
Yeah, I also am expecting an absolute fest on the board. It's going to be absolutely amazing because Levon has really entertained us with his brand of chess. We've seen incredible attacks, and here on our screens, this is going to be one board where there is going to be fireworks aplenty because Frederick Svana needs to win. Yavokir Sindarov, he's a giant slayer, to be honest. In 2021, he took down Ali Reza Frujta in the World Cup. And in 2023, it was MVL who also suffered the same fate at his hands. He's just 19 years old. Yesterday, winning against Frederick Svana, will want to hold firm. And well, first move being made on this particular board. And Daniel Dubov, we've said it and we're going to say it time and time again. He's playing the smart way. He wants to draw the classical portion and then take it to tie breaks, preferably a faster time control. And then that's it. He will be showcasing his genius there.
I feel I should have posted it on Twitter, because when I was about to participate in the World Cup, I said I'm going to draw all the games and take it to the tie breaks. And Daniil has been literally using this advice. Of course, jokes aside, it's one of the most famous strategies because in classical chess, it's very, very difficult if your opponent is solid to gain any real upper hand. And here you see the game is starting. Aroni against Arjun. And are we going to see Italian game? Yep, Italian game. And this means probably a positional fight is ahead of us. All of this is obviously big theory.
Yes, and a little bit sad to see that there is no knight c3 and a3, the same thing that he entertained us in his game against Wojciech. But he has to keep on moving. He has to keep on changing things around. And we are seeing c3 being played, potentially setting up ideas of a very early d4, or we might be seeing tension with pawns sitting up to d3. And that's exactly what we got on our screens. And well, thanks to our amazing producer Ryan and all of the Chesscom team, we get to see this beautiful 8-board view with cameras included as well. So we can go wherever we like. And Artis, is there anything already that catches your eye?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the openings and I try to understand which could be the very first game to check. Maybe something that stands out is the game of Hari Krishna against Jose Martinez, also known as Jospem, because he's been making waves in this tournament and showing that he's a world-class player, not only when it comes to the online chess, but he can play really well over the board chess as well. And we already have some sort of oddity on the board, as you can see. Black has played bishop f5, knight b4, going for a very blatant fork on c2, and this forced white to play knight a3. So I know this line from the Black's perspective. I think it's a very good practical weapon against the Reti, because the Reti opening essentially is what was played here. So I think it's a good idea. Maybe I can go back from the starting position and I could show a couple of moves and ideas what this is all about.
Definitely. Let's take it from the top and see how the players came about. Yesterday, these two just unleashed a whole load of theory. I think they just blitzed out the moves for 25 moves. And we'll see whether the same thing is going to be happening right now. Yeah, knight to c6, as you're indicating, getting ready to push the e-pawn to e5. So obviously white says, no, don't want no part of that. So this is where we get, and it's almost like a reverse Jabava London that black has deployed, the knight coming out to b4, provoke the white knight out to a3. So yes, I think this we've seen a few times in this World Cup, this idea, knight to a3, and it's been like a real tussle in the center, with white eventually trying to break out with some kind of chasing down the light square bishop, and then e2, e4, just to explode things open.
So this is also a very solid setup from the Black's perspective. Normally I would say that the knight c6 setup itself, if again, I'm going back to this position, is not a very good one. Because why is this? Because it feels like black has problems with the so-called pawn play, meaning the knight blocks the c pawn, and the rule should be that pawns should be going in front and pieces go behind, so that you get to apply some pressure against the pawn on d4. And because of the king on e8, you don't have any e5 idea. So this normally would mean that black is a bit restricted with his possibilities. So that's why this knight c6 is not really such a popular choice. But the trend is changing. And now this bishop f5, in the past, bishop g4 used to be the main idea here. So black used to play bishop g4, queen d7, long castle, and then try to be very creative at the king side, maybe h5, h4. But this bishop f5, specifically with knight b4, somehow engines like it. And exactly this move bishop e7, Yovi, because black is thinking about the h5 idea. And for example, if he would play knight f6, I think one of the core ideas, I might be terribly mistaken, is at some point to play knight h4 and try to get the bishop. So let's say you play something like bishop g4, try to escape with the bishop. I'm going to play at some point probably takes, and the two bishop advantage at the competitive chess is the so-called minimal advantage that you try to get. Hence, bishop e7, and Martinez says you're not going to get it.
Yeah, and you had highlighted h5 as well. I mean, is this something that we're going to be seeing? Say, for instance, c3, attack the knight, and then is black going to go right on the offensive? I'm just asking for all of the Harry the H-pawn fans out there.
Yeah, h5 definitely is something that black would consider. I'm not really sure, especially considering the match situation, that Martinez probably would love to push it to the tiebreaks. When it comes to Hare Krishna, Yovi, he's been playing some very fantastic and impressive chess so far in the tournament. He scored a couple of beautiful short victories against his opposition. So it just shows that Pentala is in a really great shape. And I try to recall what was the typical continuation here. I think it was something like c3, knight c6, and it could be queen b3, because this bishop takes on a3 might be a threat to ruin your pawn structure. But to be honest, my memory is not very good. I think it was queen b3 here. Maybe, Yovi, you know a bit more than me. I don't know.
Queen b3, I'm checking the database. It's always there on hand to assist us, so I'm thankful for that. But queen to b3, knight to c2 has also been played, queen a4, also another move. But it feels like white does need to get those tempo moves in with queen to b3, and then just to ask the question how to defend the point on b7, and then the main line has been rook to b8. And white has tried two approaches, knight to e5 directly or bishop to f4.
Now it kind of rings a bell. Yeah, there was this idea of bishop f4 and sometimes also do the same to black. So you did this to me, I can do it to you as well. So I can play knight b5 and apply some pressure here. And then after knight f6, black still needs to watch out for this knight h4. So once again, this knight h4 idea, getting the two bishop advantage, and then ultimately white could be thinking about the e4 push. Yeah, so I think this is something we might see, but once again, the player should be well within the prep here, unless, of course, Hare Krishna did not expect d5 knight c6, which is not exactly the main continuation.
Yes, that could very well be the situation, because we have seen Jose Martinez actually just keep on varying. He's been a moving target, he keeps switching things up, is very, very well prepared. But we're going to keep our eyes on this one. We're also going back to our bird's eye view. We're going to keep our eagle eyes completely fixated on the match between Frederick Svana against Yevgeny Sindarov, because Frederick Svana is in a must-win situation. Has to press with white. And look at this, the double exclam, a brilliant move, has already appeared on the board. We got to take this from the top, because look at this, pawn takes bishop in the air. We got to see, how did the players get to this particularly wild position?
I mean, my first impression, Yovi, is what on earth is this? Because I would have thought that Javohir, he needs to be solid, and I thought we were going to see something very symmetrical, some Italian or Petrov. And actually, I'm looking at the opening, it was e4, e5. So let's go back a bit. You can see engine already marks rook ad1 as the only move, and the players are still well within the prep. So let's go. So this is Raul Lopez, bishop b5, obviously one of the most researched openings. Bishop a4, knight f6, short castle. White temporarily sacrifices a pawn. Black says, all right, I'm going to accept it. I'm game. d4, b5, bishop b3, d5. That is a pretty bold continuation because, again, the match situation, Yovi, kind of suggests that the black would want to be very solid, but we already saw this throughout the tournament that some players are playing sharper. I don't mind creative chess like Aronian and also Jose Martinez very often has been, instead of trying to be solid, playing exciting chess, and apparently Sindarov is one of them.
Yes, well, Sindarov, I remember Ivan Sokolov, the Grandmaster from the Netherlands, was saying that he has a very, very tactical style. So maybe he's just going to the grounds that are more familiar to him. Because I got to say, you know, being in a situation where draw is going to get him through to the quarterfinals, I would have expected not the open Lopez. And instead, I would expect it like a Berlin, you know, be rock solid. But what we're seeing here is spicy chess. And judging from the fact that both players are barely pausing to think, it feels like it's now going to be not only a memory test, but it's also a kind of test to see whose engine is actually better. Because the players have definitely seen this position before. We've got to fast forward some moves because we've got to get to the game position because the action is just simply fast and furious.
Yeah, this obviously is big theory here. And instead of knight b3, d takes on c3, I think d3 was the main move here. And this was typically played at the highest level. It's contested many times. So d takes on c3, this is, I suppose, one of the other lines. Bishop b4, queen d7, obviously it makes sense. Bishop g5, very aggressive. The point is that black most likely cannot take on b2 at any given moment because there might be issues with these minor pieces. Since they're playing so quickly, maybe let's not delve too much into this. And queen c2. So the players are apparently still within the prep, but let's just fast forward. Queen takes on c3, bishop f2, king f2, and knight d5. And look at that, Jovi. 1 hour and 33 minutes for black, 1 hour and 34 minutes for white. And the bar says the position is very much alive.
Yes, and interestingly enough, the players are repeating theory that we have seen before. Because I remember first seeing this in the FIDE Grand Swiss. You know, when we started delving into the weeds, I thought, hang on a second, this is a little bit familiar. And I remember Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won a very nice game against Yaz Khan Edomush in the FIDE Grand Swiss, and he had set up this very nice thing. And then Niels Grandelius repeated it against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But it did feel like Niels was very much, you know, on the front foot in that particular game. So I'm curious to see what has Sindarov, who just needs a draw, what has he got prepared? Because it did feel like white had the upper hand on those two games I've mentioned. And also being told, also Sindarov has already played this against Shevchenko in the World Team Championships in 2022.
So
maybe we can have a look at how that goes.
Yeah. So technically, this means that Frederick should know in this game. But once again, I mean, if he played this game back in 2022, then does he recall all the games that Sindarov has played lately? I think I can pull up the game in a moment. Just give me a second. I'm gonna find it. So this particular game, yeah, exactly like this. It continued with Queen c5. That was played in that game. c6 was played by black. White played knight x on g5. Black continued with, oh my goodness, Robbie, rook h5. Okay, that is looking really spicy. Knight f3 goes back. Queen a7. I'll try to get some clarity in a moment. Rook c1. And I suppose there was a queen trade. No. Knight e7. b3 protected the pawn on a2. Queen c5. Rook c5. etc., etc., etc. So I suppose we shouldn't really go any further. And here, this is the position they got it. Apparently, it's a material balance on the board after all of this craziness. White is tiny a bit better, maybe because of the weak pawn on c6, but ultimately, I think it's not enough. And now the question is, if Svane remembers this game. The second question is, does he know any other alternatives? Because your preparation can only take you this far, and at some point, you have to make your own decisions.
Right, and he's going to be thinking, well, hang on a second. His previous game, that was facing queen to c5. But the new trend from these last two games from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Niels Grandelius is to actually drop the queen back to c1. Should Frederick go for the trendy move, queen c1, which he may not have studied? Who knows? We're going to find that out later on. Or should he stick to the kind of queen to c5, which is maybe the lines that he looked at earlier on? And that's why we're seeing Frederick now in thought for the first time, because we've come to a crossroads. Where do you go? Do you step up? Do you step down? Do you follow the trend? Do you not? Where is the preparation from Sindarov? Well, so many tales of the unexpected, and it's a little bit of an unpleasant decision for Svane to make. He's really going into the mind palace now and the memory banks and trying to think, where can he surprise his opponent? But if you're looking for a twist your engine cannot prep for, well, guess what? We have something very special, very magical in the air, because we have Annie Chess, which takes the classic game and flips the script with spell mechanics that let you bend the rules and break your opponent's plans. You've got 11 spells to master, tournaments to enter, and leaderboards to climb. So whether you're a novice or a grandmaster, this is your arena. Always free to play. Go to go.chess.com/AnnieChess or use !AnnieChess in chat. And with that, we've got plenty more action still ahead, and we're going to go on a break. See who's really bringing the heat here today. So stay with us.
Battle. Welcome back to Annie Chess. Annie Chess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and craft their own spells to battle and climb the ranks. All classical chess rules apply, but can be overridden by spell mechanics.
Invisible march, a strategic.
The knight on h6 used shot in the dark, moving it invisibly for one turn. And meanwhile, white used house recruit to spawn a pawn.
Clear the ground with a single bound.
White uses bishop 2.0, launching the bishop over a pawn to capture.
Invisible march, a strategic arch.
Shot in the dark allows black to win by Kingsley. Push your chess limits. Try spell chess in the Annie Chess Open Alpha.
Generally, education itself is, I think, one of the nicest things in our everyday life and for humans. At the same time, obviously, it's very difficult and very challenging. Because my parents are teachers, so for them it was their work also. So they made an experiment, as my father used to say, that he believed that with a lot of work, with dedication, with focusing, specializing, it means that that's the way for happiness and being successful. At the same time, of course, everyone has to understand that it depends who you are as a parent. First of all, you have to be very much be supportive of each other, the husband and wife. And after that, if you're on the same page all the time, not today, tomorrow, but every week, 365 days a year, and for decades, that's already a good start. support, and then you can go from there to support in a special way, like unusual way of making them growing up, and focusing on supporting to be for them a sport person, being a chess player, being a mathematician, being whatever, but really focusing on that. I think if the parents have that dedication, that they are ready to give up their own job, their own holidays, their own ambitions, then of course it's a beautiful job, I think, or it can be, being supportive on a sport child, let's say. Because whether you're making chess or swimming or any specific sport or area, it means that you're giving up your weekends, you're giving up many of your time because the kid has to be going there. And it means that you transform yourself supporting. I mean, it's not only my case, but also you see the Indian kids, for example, with the world champion Gukesh. His father is there all the time. Or Magnus Carlsen, his family was always there behind him from a very young age. So I would say that for parents who think that this is easy, it's not easy, but it's a very special lifestyle for them as well. And if they understand that, then it can be a beautiful journey.
We are back with game 2 of round 5, and right from the opening moments you can sense it. Also, just take a look at the crowd because the nerves are real. The tension is thick and everyone knows what's on the line, and this is the kind of moment where people make blunders. It's right here out of the opening when you feel that everything is going to escalate. And we've got to go to one game in particular because, Otis, you said during the break that we've already seen a big blunder from Sam Sevian as he plays black against Wei Yi. And you just said it, he's blundered a pawn. And sure enough, let's backtrack, let's deep dive into this because we suddenly see there's a white knight on c6. First up, maybe we can take it from the top and then let's see exactly what happened.
It's a good idea to start to calculate the material. So white has more. White has an extra double pawn on c2 or more. So this might feel like otherwise a normal position, but a couple of moves ago there was a black pawn on c6. So let's maybe indeed go back from the very beginning. So this was 4 knights. Like I did not really expect that 4 knights opening can give you an extra pawn after the opening. Definitely something that Sevian didn't really expect. Bishop b4, one of the main continuations. I think also knight e4 has a pretty good reputation, but most likely the Chinese grandmaster was well prepared for that as well. Castles, castles, bishop takes, d takes, and knight takes on e5. Yovi, to be honest, I always thought that this line is relatively harmless, but apparently here the Chinese Grandmaster has found some resources. It's obstacle of bishops. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, do you know when you said it's really harmless? Like we had some stats. If you go back to that particular position, instead of an evaluation bar, we have some stats. If you follow that, where it actually tells us the percentage of wins, draws, and wins for black. And you can see, like, it's a massive chunk of draws there. So some great
79%.
preparation. Yeah. Great
Yeah, but
preparation there
anyway,
from Wei.
it doesn't seem like it's a lot. So all of this was played pretty quickly. White has the knight on e5, obstacle of bishops, but I mean, black literally has no weaknesses, that he can play moves like bishop e8, bishop e6, rook e8, probably at some point f6. And here, Yowie, happened the unthinkable. So the American Grandmaster played bishop 5. Right, so he just developed a piece, and apparently he simply missed that knight takes on c6 is a move. And the point is that after b takes on c6, bishop takes on d6, the black bishop at e5 remains hanging, and to make things even worse, he cannot retreat with the bishop and have the obstacle of bishop endgame or something, because the rook on f8 is under attack. So basically he had to acknowledge, okay, I'm down a pawn and let's just play. But it's definitely a blow to his chances to make it to the next round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess there's one small kind of consolation for Sam, and that's something that I would be thinking is that, okay, White's extra pawn at least is doubled. You know, it's not going to make that much of an impact just yet. But as our featured chat said, you know, yep, Sam kind of messed up, so he needs to now just kind of forget about that negative thoughts, those energies, and just simply focus on the position in front of him, because yeah, mistakes usually come in pairs. So Sam must now tread very carefully. Let's go to our bird's eye view and take a look at all of the games in progress. And we gotta go to, actually, I'm going to give you the choice, because I'm kind of curious about the game between Daniel Duboff and Sam Shankland, because is this one heading on the speedway straight to draw city?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very common position from the Grunfeld. A white sacrifices a pawn and then kind of implies that he's going to have some pressure because of the weakened king. But all of this has been played many times, and you can see also the facial expression of Dubov. He doesn't really spell any optimism. I think he just says, let's just go to the tiebreaks, right? Because, I mean, it's not a big secret. He already has revealed a couple of times in this tournament that he is relying on the tiebreak, and he feels that at the competitive level, everybody knows everything, at least at 2700 level plus. And he's incredibly good at actually the time control chess. And also when he was having his match against Prague, he famously said that he prepared for this one particular game for 10 minutes and then only on his phone, because what's the purpose to prepare for something when your opponent is going to surprise you anyway? And Yovi, you know, this is something I can relate to. You prepare all kinds of stuff and your opponent plays the exact line that you did not bother to check, because the amount of iterations to check is just immense. So I can perfectly understand Dubov's approach.
Yeah, I also think it's a case of working smart. He's received a lot of criticism for it, but if he's certain as to what he has to do, he transfers the uncertainty to the opponent. They're thinking, do we want to play? Do we want to push? I mean, also, like, how good are we in tiebreaks? If this guy, he's got a fearsome reputation as one of the most creative players on the planet, you know, coming up with novelties. He works super hard. So I think I can understand his approach. And also, can I add a little confession of mine? You know, one of my most successful tournaments was also done with mobile phone preparation. And it wasn't because I was going out of my way. I just had no time, because I was kind of commuting in to play in London, and the commute was like an hour and a bit. And so I just, you know, would go on my phone and play against play against my engine on the phone, and it would say, this is how you do this, and I was like, okay, great, fantastic. If I get it, I've got my mobile phone preparation. If I don't, well, at least I will have had a good lunch, because I always made time for eating well.
I'll have to remember that, because I'm normally preparing myself with a laptop when I'm going to a tournament, including the World Cup. Speaking about the position, why the evaluation bar here, the viewer says it's about level, because black seemingly has an extra pawn and sort of no weaknesses, but actually I don't think it's the case. The king is a bit weak. And one thing we know about obstacle of bishops is that they give the attacking player like an extra piece, because you cannot protect all the weakened squares with the last square bishop. So the first thing, Dubov, if he really wants at least to pretend that he's trying something here and he's not going straight to the tiebreaks, he wants to keep the queens on the board. So with the queens off the board, it's immediately going to be a draw. So I would expect him somehow try to preserve the queens, maybe lift the queen to the king side, like f3, queen f2, potentially h4, h5, queen h4. Watch out for the queen trade. You can always play bishop e3. And notice this bishop at f4 for black is a bit annoying, because black cannot play rook b8 at any given moment, and the c pawn seemingly goes nowhere. So once again, like I already said, this line has been tested many times, and ultimately the score for black is pretty good, but it's also, like I already said, a good choice for Dubov. In case it's a draw, and probably it's going to be a draw, then fine, let's play the tie breaks. But first, of course, the game continues.
Yes, and I also just wanted to mention, just before we leave this particular position, that as Sam, who has barely used any time on the clock, he has also predicted this one and is well within preparation. Sam, one of the most hard-working players out there, also one of the players who is definitely the most well prepared. So let's I was just wondering whether Sam was going to make an instantaneous reply. Let's catch that one. And bishop to e6. And Dubov is going to be thinking about how to make progress in this position, or how to lock the game down. But going to our full board view, well, Artis, I think I tried to give you the option, but then I got carried away. And ended up choosing the game. So my apologies. I promise I'm going to give you the free choice now.
All right, here we go. I just noticed there's something explosive happening in the game of Yakuboyev against Sargsyan, because every single game we're looking at, it looks more or less balanced, with exception of Wei Yi against his opponent, where Savian blundered a pawn. Here we see a long castle on the board. And I just love this, Yavi, because this very often means that we are entering some kind of a race situation. And I think it's also a good idea for the viewers to keep in mind, if you're looking for sharper games, and if you don't mind some risks and adrenaline boost, just put the king on the other side of the board where your opponent is castling, because then you can do whatever you want with your pawns at the king side. And this is exactly what Noderbeck here is doing. He just played g4. It's a pawn sacrifice. Knight takes on g4. I think it's just very risky for black, because it would just open the g file for some mischief at the g file. I love it. The evaluation bar says it's about balance, but I think it's very exciting.
I also really like this one. Just because I'm very curious, can we see how this position came about? Because to my eyes, this did not obviously come from 1e4. It came from d4. And it takes a lot of risk to try to get those kind of very unbalanced positions. So it means to me that he's done something like this with queen c2 and then castles queenside. And those lines are notoriously dangerous, but also very, very risky for white.
Yeah, exactly. So he is risking here a lot. So long castle, still probably very deep prep. Bishop e7. I think that normally here white doesn't castle the long side, but I might be wrong, Yavi. So king b1 is like a safe move, just to push the king back to the safety. a6, black is seeking some counterplay with b5 or d takes on c4 and b5. I think this part does make sense. h4, rook d8, and g4. So far, Yakuboyev is making all the human moves, and you can see the clock also suggests that he's well within the prep, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock, and apparently Sargsyan is not. So that's why for him, making the next couple of moves is going to be very, very important because they're very critical.
Right. Yeah, because I do remember it is possible to castle queenside, but it's very much the old main line. Because I think modern day it's like more to go rook to d1 and, you know, keep the king safe, castle kingside, but that's all being worked out. And I remember, I think back in the 80s, there was a game between Nigel Short and, you know, and John Spielman, where John Spielman had this idea of going queen c2, castle queenside, and might be in a different kind of formation with the bishop maybe not on f4, but I remember it came as an absolute shocker. So it's using kind of old ideas to blast black off the boards. And for Sargsyan, I always found that he's a positional player. He's not afraid of playing with little space, but he's very good with squares. You give him a square and he will use that. I've played him twice. One, he just blasted me off the board, and the other one, you know, he just kept on, you know, taking those squares that I left behind, because I'm very much all about maximizing my space.
That's a very good point. And maybe this also contributed to Noderbeck's approach to this game. So he's playing against a positional player. He attempts to play a bit sharper. Here, I think Sargsyan needs to make a pretty big choice. So does he buy into all of this? Does he accept the pawn? Or does he ignore the pawn? And why I'm looking at this knight x on g4, it feels a bit dangerous, but there might be some concrete ideas. Let's say if white plays rook g1, I might play h5. So I'm securing the knight, and while you're going to try to push it out, maybe I'll have enough time to organize some counterplay at the queen side. But there's another problem I'm noticing. It's knight g5, and I'm not sure what to think of it, because this pawn is now under attack. G6 facilitates h5 and knight f6. Again, you do not keep the knight on g4 as a blockader. So maybe taking on g4 is not the right move. But what is it then? And I think, Yovi, it makes perfect sense for Sargsyan then organize some counterplay at the queen side. So some sort of a d takes, bishop c4 and b5, b4, or even b5, b4 right away.
Yes. And I was going to say it's not in Sargsyan's style to capture on g4. I think he'll be very comfortable with allowing some kind of g5s, because ultimately that's a little bit slow. But the question is, yeah, can you go b5 straight away? You know, can you make that connection? And the evaluation bar is telling us not the best choice.
But it might be still playable. It's within the +1 balance, and very often, like, engines are incredible optimists to these positions, but for a human it might feel different. Actually, yeah, it doesn't like it. It says white should be doing something else, but what is it? Like c takes on d5 again, knight takes on d5 most likely, or e takes on d5, and I could maybe sack the pawn after g5, play knight d4. Wait, am I blundering something? Okay, not very good with the calculation. Yeah, the knight, but I mean, the rook on d1 is left defenseless, and rook d8 and knight d8 and queen d4. You cannot do that. Bishop b7. No, apparently you can't do that. I'm not very fast with the calculation, but it just shows, Yovi, that the lines here are very, very sharp, and maybe d takes on c4, as you said, it would suit more to the playing style of Sargsyan, and after bishop c4, play b5. But the question is white gonna play bishop takes on c4? Maybe he just plays g5 and proceeds with this attack.
Yes, and this is a cutthroat position, so let's kind of analyze which is the way forward, and not that one, because I reckon knight to h5 is probably gonna stop that attack for a few moves. So what other moves do we have? Do we have knight to g5 as a possibility? Bishop to... No.
Maybe
no
just
is the answer.
Pawn, yeah? Maybe just take the pawn.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that
Okay.
there's nothing, and now play b5.
But then still bishop to d3 is coming, and hang on, but b4 is also, this is massively complicated. b4 is in the air. You need to know exactly how to step forward here, because you already see that we've spoilt White's position.
Yeah,
But it's
I
so
mean, I
easy to
try
do
to.
when you don't know.
That's the point. I'm pretty sure he knows. Like, one thing I would say is that it would be totally unforgivable for Yakoboyev enter such a sharp position and not to know all the outcomes. So I'm pretty sure he knows. I'm pretty sure he knows what happens after d takes on c4, bishop c4, and b5. And this is also something that Sargsyan tries to remind himself, because again, he's not playing against Yakoboyev. He's playing against a super engine at the moment, and at this moment, it's a very natural desire to sidestep, play something that perhaps the opponent hasn't seen, like the fourth or fifth line of the engine that maybe says you're slightly worse, but gives you the dynamic chances. So this d takes on c4, also Sargsyan could think it's something most likely that Yakoboyev expects. So how can I surprise him? Do I go with his preparation and hope that I'm still okay, or surprise him and play something else? I would not completely rule out b5 over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And just, for completeness sake, I mean, what does the engine actually suggest in this position? Because we've got to try to get inside Yakoboyev's mind. Because at the minute, it's not even very clear like how White is actually going to be advancing, because we saw that g5 is going to be stopped by some kind of knight h5, dc4, and it is to take the bishop. And what was the answer after b5? Because that was like razor sharp. b5.
First I will show the top choice of engine. Again, there's some other continuations as well, but the engine says knight takes on g4 is strictly the best move. And then after knight g5, knight f6, everything is sort of holding. But again, it looks incredibly scary to go there. You mentioned b5. This was also one of my suggestions. b5 apparently is a mistake because of g5. Now, this move is very strong. And if you play like knight h5, which was your idea to stop the attack, apparently knight e5 is very strong. And after knight e5, bishop takes on e5, you see this knight on h5 becomes a prime target. Let's say you play like b takes on c4, bishop e2, g6, take on h5 here, and there's a very beautiful move, rook g1, g6, sack the rook, and say goodbye to the black king. Yeah, so all of this is looking really risky. But I noticed, Yovi, also another move, and there's a move e5. And maybe this is what Sargsyan is thinking. So e5, open up the bishop, sacrifice a pawn, and then recapture on g4 with the bishop. White could play g5. Black again has knight e4. Black has d4. And let's go. Again, what on earth is this position? So g takes on f6. D takes on c3. I take on e7. Rook takes on d1, queen takes on d1, bishop g4. The viewers, remember this line because it's definitely not going to happen over the board. It's just some fantasy of Stockfish.
Yeah, this is not going to be happening. But actually, it also really enhances the point that we're making that for Yakoboyev, he should know this position inside out. It's that crazy that he has to know every nuance. Whereas Gabriel Sargsyan, he's burning the clock time because literally he's flying blind. He's having now to work out over the board what is the best practical chance. And he's also playing that alpha level mind game as well. What is the most likely move that Yakoboyev has studied? Because dc4 for sure is going to be one of them. b5 is also going to be another one. Is he going to be trying to play something slower in order to try to take Yakoboyev out of preparation? It's a very unpleasant position to be in because it's way too sharp to just calmly sit down, take a sip of tea, and just go, well, hang on a second, I will just play a nice positional move. No, this is a free-for-all. This is where anything goes. So it's very, very fun, this position. Shall we leave Sargsyan to burn more time on the clock and go back to our... but Yeah, thank you for pointing that game out. That was that one is really like hold on to your seat. You know, this is gripping stuff. And going to our full board view, I kind of feel like we should go to something a little bit quieter. And I'm going to say a little bit quieter is the game, you know, Levon Aronian against Arjun Erigaisi. It's their top middle because this one is not sharp now. But I tell you, there's some interesting nuances, not just on the board, but off the board because Arjun Erigaisi has barely used any time on the clock, whereas Levon Aronian, look at that. He's already down by half an hour.
I like what he has, actually, because, I mean, seeing this position for the first time, I had a feeling, Yovi, is that Aronian has accomplished something, because this is one of those pawn structures you try to get in the Italian game. Ideally, you would want to have the pawn on f4. You have a pawn majority at the king side. Again, remember, this was a quite Italian game, and bishop e2 marks as a mistake or inaccuracy by an engine. I think this 98 initiates some kind of f6 because black has to play f6 at some point to counter the pawn on e5, because if he is going to give Aronian enough time to spread his wings and, for example, play like, I don't know, like knight c7, white could consider playing perhaps knight e2. There could be a trade, and I don't know what you're doing with black, but I'm definitely going to play like f4, rook f1, maybe f5, knight f3. So this f6 to counter the pawn on e5, it seems to be simply necessary for black.
Absolutely. And I was just going to, can I add to your points just to point out a little tactic there in the analysis, where if you're going f2, f4, it's very important that f6 be played just before this move. So like we looked at knight to d2, and then the bishop captures, takes, and then f6. f6 is necessary. And I just wanted to show that f4 is like a terrible move. And trust me, I've fallen for this at some point in my life. You just go knight takes e5. Oh, look at the bishop. It's loose, magoose.
That's right. That's right. So probably it's not the best execution from the white's perspective. And I think also this entire idea of knight takes on e5 was working even immediately. Like takes it. Oh, no, it was not working. White was not working. Oh, because bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
Okay. I was just testing you. Obviously. But f6, yeah, it's something to consider.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess we can start calculating right now f6. I mean, what is Levon Aronian planning after this move?
That's a very good question. I mean, it makes perfect sense to open up the file, open up the bishop on a7. I don't think you want to take. Do you? Do you want to take?
No. But I think I might have to.
Sometimes in these positions, white also sacrifices a pawn. Like, I don't think this is the case. This probably is a bad moment. But with a pawn on f6, with the knight on g6, sometimes white goes for some bishop d3, h4, h5 ideas, queen c2, try to expose the king here. Sorry, my arrow is a bit off today. And apply some pressure, but I don't think this is the case here. So f6, white gonna play e6, and if you take with e6, there's going to be some queen f6 or knight f6. The knight goes to d6. There's a beautiful control of the central squares. So something is not quite right for Levon, and I'm pretty sure that he's thinking about right now about this f6. And also notice, Arjun is thinking about his choice for the first time, and this very often gives you like contradictory feelings, Yovi, because one feeling is, great, I just kicked my opponent out of the opening prep, he doesn't notice. The second feeling is, wait, why is he not knowing this move? Why is he thinking? Probably the engine doesn't like it.
Yes, I mean, bishop to e2, I think you said it was awarded, I would say, a dubious mark there. Perhaps wasn't the most accurate move. And I have to say, I agree with featured chat there saying that Arjun probably deciding which F pawn move is better. Is it better to go F6? Is it going to go F5? I mean, F5 is a bit of a one-time offer. You can do en passant immediately or never ever again. And I guess maybe F5 kind of forces f6. E takes f6 is what I wanted to say.
Assuming that it forces, like I would have to check all the moves. Like if I would be sure from the black's perspective that f5 forces white to take on f6, then I would go for this, because here after f6, white could consider all kinds of options, maybe leave the pawn on e5 and maybe even play the c6. But the pawn on f5, things could be a bit different. But is this really a forcing move? Because white has to deal with f4 threat. Yeah, maybe I can just somehow walk away. I don't know where. Maybe bishop g5 is a move. Bishop g5, then play h3. Black could maybe play queen b6. Yeah.
d4 looking a bit tender.
Okay, and if bishop g5 is not the move, I need to stop f4, obviously. I suppose I need to remove the bishop. I mean, I could start with knight f1 maybe.
Yeah, then still f4 happens. And now, yeah, you're going to have to undevelop. And the problem is that d4 is that sensitive point. Could we... Yes, that's also looks good, you know, threatening bishop takes knight. But I also wonder whether there's something... Bishop takes knight first. Can we try this way? Because the other way, there's knight to d2. And now here, queen to b6. And now you're not going to be defending d4 in a hurry.
That's a very, very fair point. I really like it. I like how you put it. So you're right. I think f5 is the more forcing move. But for Arjun, first he needs to make sure. He needs to make sure that this indeed forces white to take. And I mean, who knows? Maybe he's not even thinking about this at all. Maybe he's thinking f5 or f6 here is a bit too much, or maybe he has some other options. But I like it. I like it myself a lot.
Yeah. Commentators curse, right? We're obsessing about f5, f6. I'm sure chat is as well. And then Arjun's like, no. I was thinking about knight c7 to try to get the maximized benefits from everything. Trying to get knight to e6 and only then jump in. But yeah, we'll leave still some decisions for Arjun. He's considering what to do. Let's leave him to his thoughts. We have come to the conclusion probably f5 is perhaps the most accurate move because it induces white to go e takes f6, and then Arjun will certainly be enjoying the open f line. So let's go to our full board view, and maybe we can pay some attention to a game that we haven't actually looked at just yet, which is Alexei Grebnev against Andrei Yasipenko. Alexei, just 19 years old, got the white pieces, ultra solid, seems very, very calm. You know, the way that he beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the round 4 tiebreaks was absolutely fantastic. And he definitely seems to have come very well prepared. I mean, yesterday's game, very solid game from Grebnev. But what was telling was that in the end, Yasipenko was left with 9 minutes, whereas Grebnev had like 54 minutes remaining on the clocks when they agreed to draw.
Yeah, Grebnev has been incredibly fast in this tournament. I've been following his game starting since the very beginning, and he's always been having a pretty big lead on the clock after the opening, pretty much playing like Nepo, because Nepo also likes to play very quickly. And first I remember Alexei from year 2023 because I saw him for the first time in the World Youth Championships under 18, I believe it was, in Italy. I was doing commentary there for FIDE, and he won. His age group under 18 very convincingly. Like I think it was more than 1 point difference in the final round. If I'm not terribly mistaken, he lost to Volodar more than his countrymen. Yeah, and he still secured his gold medal, but already this result showed that he definitely has an exceptional talent. And I got the word that apparently he's working with some GM coaches like Maxim Atlakov. Yeah, so it's very, very impressive to see him playing well. And speaking about this particular position, Yovi, like it seems it's a symmetrical position and nothing maybe is going on because the position is like literally symmetrical, except that White has somehow managed to include h3, which maybe favors him. But it's all about the e4, e5 idea at some point. And if White manages to get the pawn on e5, he can fight for advantage. And the other idea maybe is playing a bit more positionally, like playing the squares, knight b3, maybe knight a5, knight e4. So this position has a lot of life.
Yeah, I agree. Like knight b3, knight a5 is something that I've seen just to make the bishop pair very uncomfortable. e4 is a very direct solution. I've also seen knight to g5 at the right time as well, but I don't think that that's the most incisive way to go. Knight to g5 just to simply take control over the e4 square and again to ask questions of the bishop on d6. But let's have a look at the most direct try, which is e4. No, we've arrived to see rook ac1, so he's putting off the decision.
Okay. No, but yeah, so rook c1 was played, makes perfect sense, but I like it. I like this move e4 a lot. I mean, it basically asks to be played, and maybe there was something he didn't like about e5, and I feel that this one extra tempi might play a role. So I was thinking like knight f1, knight g3, or maybe knight e3, try to exploit these squares. But apparently he was not very sure about this. And I'm not really sure why is he including instead of e4, rook c1. It's a developing move, of course, but I'm pretty sure that Andre is going to respond with rook c8. And does this improve the odds of e4? Probably not. And there's a very good chance that all the heavy pieces, they're going to disappear using the c file. Maybe he just wants to play the quieter game, like knight b3, knight a5, or perhaps like he's thinking already about the tiebreaks. Could be a bit early.
Yeah, again, we'll have to wait and see before all of the intentions are revealed. But it will be very interesting. I mean, can we take a look at the long game? So because e4, e5, I do feel that the possibility of black exchanging of all the rooks is probably going to be favorable for him. So like here, I'm just thinking maybe the rooks will come off. Rook takes c1, then the rook will come to c. Yeah, rook takes.
Yeah,
and I know that. Yeah, I mean, also you could do it e4, e5. Yeah, knight to f.
Here.
And now this is my point, like rook to c8. Actual fact, is this going to be unpleasant? Even with all the rooks off the board?
Oh, no, I think that White has absolutely nothing. Like, I think you want to play e4 for some attacking chances. That's why I think it's a bit contradicting with the e4 idea. You play e4, you go for the attack, and you play rook c1. This means that you're open to some trades. And when you go for the attack, naturally, you don't want to do the trades. But maybe like there's a deeper idea. Maybe Alexei feels that this one pair of rooks doesn't really play any role in the game, and he can include a trade and play e4, e5, and leave the rook for the king set attack. But I quite don't buy this. Yeah, so he probably has something else in his mind.
And the long game with knight to b3, that was also another interesting option that White had. Post up a knight to a5.
Yeah, absolutely. But also including rook c1 and rook c8. Now, after knight a5, black always has bishop a8.
That is true. That is true. But sometimes, you've got your knight to d4s, you start circling in on squares and you kind of say, well, knight c6. If I can get that, then I will have some kind of plan. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Yesipenko is going to just trade the rooks here, given the opportunity.
And now knight to a5, you just argue that the queen will come to c2. You know, it's a small game.
No, I agree. I mean, this is definitely, this is definitely playable. And I think if there's someone who really excels in these positions, I've seen many games of Wesley So. He really likes these quiet, symmetrical positions. And maybe this is what he wants. Like, play a risk-free position, trade off a couple of rooks, kind of hint at some future idea, you know, some issues with those pawns. And if it's a draw, then it's a draw. Like, that could be part of the strategy of Grabnev. And also, let's not forget, he's been here starting round 1. For Alexei, this is a long tournament. Yesipenko, I think he started with the second round, so he should be a bit fresher, so to speak. And the fatigue at some point already starts to take its toll, and players adjust their strategy accordingly.
Right. It's interesting, actually, because although Grabnev has started from round 1, I would say that Yesipenko has had the more tense matches. So his match against Abasov was pretty clean, but the games that he had between Puya Idani were just absolutely insane. You know, they had a situation where the player with the white pieces was always winning and people had to win on demand, and that was very difficult. And Yesipenko gave an interview where he literally said, you know, he gave himself permission to lose and he checked flights. And he checked flights back and he said, okay, there's a direct flight back home. I'm okay with losing. And then, of course, he managed to win on demand and he did equalize and win the match on tiebreaks. Also, the match that he had against Vincent Keimer was the definition of the word tense. You know, it didn't get resolved until the later stages. And I can imagine that the impact of the nerves is pretty intense. I mean, you've been in that situation yourself. I mean, what was it like, you know, outside the board? You know, playing chess is one thing, but the whole run-up is very stressful.
Yeah, I mean, the entire time I spent in Goa was really, really stressful because you are preparing every morning, and we had the time to prepare for the games prior to the World Cup because the pairings were announced like 1 month before the start. But still, every single player I met at the breakfast, I said, okay, now I'm going to go check some files. Now I'm going to go check some files. Yeah, that's what we do. We always have to repeat triple, quadruple times because what if this particular line is just going to be played, so you feel you're giving yourself a bit an edge to your chances. And yeah, so overall, like, I think that at least me, I feel like I'm glad it's over. Yeah, because it was one of the most expected tournaments of the year, but there's also a lot of stress, a lot of anticipation coming, and I'm just glad it's over. So I'm home, and probably some of the players could feel the same.
Yes, I mean, I've only had 2 experiences in this type of events, and I remember that I could barely sleep. And I remember everyone discussing that they were also highly stressed, that they were losing weight, you know, because there was so much nervous energy. And, well, it's a draining event. It's also incredibly long. And funny enough, we're only halfway through. So still a lot more fun to come. But let's take a pause because Grevnev has settled in for the long thing. He has some choices in this particular position, you know, to go e4, knight to b3. It's a matter of taste which way he's going to continue. And Artis, I'm going to ask you, where are your eyes drawn to?
All right. Usually my eyes are drawn to something exciting, something out of the ordinary. So everything kind of feels normal. By the way, in the game of Sargsyan against Yakuboyev, d6 on c4 and b5 was played, but we just covered the game. I suppose we are going to check it after some time. I don't know, maybe go back to Dubov's game against Shankland and assess if this game is really heading to a draw, because it seems that Dubov has some sort of a pressure here. The queens are off the board, but the engine might not understand the safety of the king, because black essentially is playing without a king here. These dark squares white cannot exploit, but you're playing without the king. White could advance the king, and it could be a bit unpleasant.
It is, but he has a pawn to suffer for his inconvenience. As I agree, the Black King is almost trapped in a mating net. Going to be very difficult to get that one out. Also, there is the thing that this c6 pawn cannot also be a nuisance, because the rook on c1 is firmly covering absolutely everything. So I do feel that we're going to see a situation where both sides kind of have to maintain the status quo. Sam has to kind of keep to the defensive just to protect the king, and white is comfortable with just holding the balance. Like I'm visualizing like maybe rook c8. Is rook c8 a bad move? It doesn't blunder anything, or maybe it does. Maybe it does blunder. The rook a7 is going to be appearing, or rook c5.
Now, yeah, that's the question. Is this a problem or not? I don't think it's so super obvious here. So let's say white is thinking about, let's say, rook d to c8. I think this rook belongs to defend the pawn, and you want to play like c5, c4, c3, etc. And is this something to worry about? Rook e1, bishop d5. Is rook e7 an issue? A black probably, I mean, it's not a threat, right? I mean, the bishop on d5 protects the pawn, but watch out for the king, right? I might also do something funny here. So c5, rook c7, takes, c4. This pawn is going nowhere. It's probably a draw, but I feel like white is the one who is asking some questions here. Once again, perfectly suiting with Dubov's match strategy.
Yes, I agree. I think we're going to be seeing that trade of rooks, and the white king is going to come in just to kind of guard against the c pawns. But ultimately, I don't think black can change too much, because the king on g8 is so poorly placed. So this one we're predicting headed to a draw. Can we also see whether the game between Frederick Svane, who's in a must-win situation against Javokir Sindarov, how that one is developing? Because it was a very trendy line in the open Roy Lopez. And, well, see featured chat there, Krishna saying, I don't like Svane's position, given that it's a must-win for him. Well, is everything as solid as it appears?
Yeah, there's very little for him. Very little. And I think that mostly Frederick was quite unhappy that Sindarov was so well prepped. I mean, this is what you don't want to see. You play a sharp line that you hope that your opponent doesn't know quite well, and he was blitzing out the first 20, 25 moves or so, because he was repeating his game against Shevchenko back from 2022 World Teams Championship. And if we go back to this moment where I think the first move was played, was it was around here. So queen c5, they were repeating the game in question, Shevchenko against Sindarov 3 years ago. Knight x on g5, rook h5. Engine says all of these are only moves for black. And I think queen a7 was the first deviation, because in that game we showed it briefly was rook c1. I don't think it really dramatically changes anything, but rook d4. So Svane came up with something else. There was a rook trade, rook c1. He's trying to apply some pressure, but I mean, the king most likely is going to march here to b6, so doesn't look really that great for the German player.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did in his previous encounter. He kind of got the king to c7, so he's very familiar with the ideas in the position. And looking at the live board, I mean, white does have what we call kind of a small edge, a nibble. And the question is like how to do something about it, you know?
I don't know, use the pawn majority at the king side somehow. But I mean,
Yeah.
the h5 is very nicely placed. I love it. Like, it's a common maneuver from the Berlin variation. It applies pressure on the pawn on e5, which, by the way, is pretty weak. It stops the pawn on h2, so anything like h4, g4, it's just not working because the pawn is under attack. So I'm thinking maybe I can somehow get in some king e3, king f4, h4, g4, h5. If I do that, I'm very happy, but that like takes million years to get there. And I think for black, he wants to relieve some tension against the pawn on c6. So the king on e8 is pretty much the only piece which does nothing. So something like king d8, king c7, king b6, and potentially c5 gives Sindarov a pretty easy plan. Apart from that,
Yeah,
I'm a bit clueless.
Yeah, I was also kind of thinking that I would love to get h4, g4 in, but that ain't happening. And then the next kind of question is how to... Okay, one thing that you could do, you could start with rook to... Okay, the rook went to c1. I was going to say rook to d1. And then prevent this king to d8 with kind of ideas of going g4. Okay, so better Sindarov's move. So rook to c1. And yeah... Okay, what is the idea behind rook to c1? It's just simply to prevent the pawn from advancing. And yeah, things are kind of even worse than I kind of anticipated. Because I was looking at this position, the game position, with it being white to play. And I was thinking, well, at least then you have maybe ideas of going a4 just to kind of open up another line that the white rook could kind of utilize. But unfortunately, rook c1 has been played by Frederick Svaner. And now it is Sindarov to play. And so if you want to lock down this idea of going a4, you're going to go a5. And then a4 really isn't possible.
Yeah, so your idea was to use the a file to crash through. Yeah, it does make perfect sense. But it seems that Sindarov already is committed. So not Sindarov, but Svaner is committed to apply some pressure against this. Maybe he wants to play knight e4, but again, it just leaves the pawn on e5 vulnerable. Also, the pawn on h2 is under attack. So, I don't know. Like, once again, let's say king d8 happens, which feels incredibly natural. Does he want to do like this? King c7, king f4, king b6, likely h4. Oh, actually, Engine likes it, but and play like this. But probably there's something that black can do in the meantime. Maybe trade the bishops. Like the pawn on c6 is now protected. And wait, where was this? There was this one moment when I was thinking there might be bishop f5. Maybe here, maybe not here. Not here. Yeah, because bishop f5, there's going to be a fork.
Yeah.
So let's not write down Svaner's chances just yet. Like, okay, king d8, by the way, was played. I think king e3, king f4, h4, g4 makes perfect sense. So it's still open.
Yeah, and it probably is the only plan that white has available to them. Because like you say, if you just play with the pieces, you're not going to be able to create a pawn majority and a pass pawn, and that's the only way that white can apply pressure, especially because white is in a must-win situation. Okay, let's see how this game develops and return to our full board view. And just to kind of update everyone on the progress, it's still razor sharp there in the middle between Nordebek Yakubov against Gabriel Sargsyan. As we saw, we're seeing Sindarov. He is resolutely trying to hold the draw as he's got black. And Wei Yi has the very comfortable situation of being a pawn up out of because of a blunder made by Sam Sevian. But the battles, they are heating up. And as the sun begins to set higher over Goa, well, this match, this particular round is going to bring everything to the table. Precision, patience, pressure, it's all on display here in round 5, game 2. More action from the World Cup when we return just after this break.
gauntlet where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost a piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
You're a ChatGPT user, right?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's I generally prefer it to Googling these days.
Well, to make things a little more interesting, you've been playing chess for a lot longer than ChatGPT's been around. We're going to have you play blindfolded if you don't mind.
Sure.
And we'll just have you spin in your chair and we'll make the moves on your behalf. So good luck.
I'll play H4.
Love it. ChatGPT calls your move unorthodox.
That is true.
D5 is ChatGPT's move.
D4.
Okay. ChatGPT is aware you're going for E4, or at least it thinks you are. H5 is the response.
Oh, wow. C4.
C6.
Solid, maybe a little bit passive.
Rook C8 is the response.
Can you ask ChatGPT if it can see why that may be a mistake?
Sure.
Because if we're not learning, then what are we doing?
It thinks your move was a mistake. It's talking about why castling queenside is risky. It says your queenside pawn structure is a bit loose. Okay, let's try to be a little more specific with ChatGPT. Do you see a danger to your pieces on the D file, if I can use those words? Ah, good catch. Yes, I do see a danger on the D file. But then it goes back to you. With your king on C1, the D file is semi-open and your rook on D1 can become very active. Then it says, right now my knight on D7 is pinned. I'm not sure what knight it's thinking about. So you've confused it. It can't learn like us humans can.
What a shame. Rook D1.
Okay, it did last 20 moves without actually making an illegal move, although it had some illegal thoughts. Rook F4 is not allowed, but it's what it says. So you have the option of putting it out of its misery and capturing the king, or forcing it.
Let's go Rook D8.
Okay, so we'll put Rook F4 on board, and we'll play Rook takes D8. Oh, now we get to have some fun. I'll respond with Rook takes H4, capturing your H-pawn in return and trying to activate my rook.
Well, the rook was just an F4, so it's not completely unreasonable. Okay. I'll try King E6.
Love it. That's the kind of move we can get behind. All right, Rook takes C4, taking a bunch of, it's taking space at least, yeah.
King F7.
Oh, I think I see the illegal checkmate you're gonna go for. We'll see if you're thinking the same thing. All right, E takes D5. That one just came out of nowhere.
Okay.
Just take a pawn from the graveyard, put it on top of the knight maybe, and I think I see what maybe is happening.
Queen H5.
Yes, the queen jumps over the king. And let's see if ChatGPT allows the checkmate. Okay, you might have to cry foul on this one, Magnus. It's playing Rook takes H5. Might be a good time to disannounce checkmate. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was the first illegal move of the game, but it did very well till now.
We are back with game 2 of round number 5 of the FIDE World Cup, and we return from our second break with the nerves still simmering and the tension growing. Of course, the story of this championship continues to unfold for some players, like Frederick Svana on our screens. It's all about winning. For others, they're deciding what path to take. Do they play it safe, take it to tie breaks tomorrow, or do they try with as much might as possible right here, right now? And one of our marquee matchups, it is the game between Levon Aronian, who's been in this situation many times before. He's won the World Cup twice. If he wins the World Cup and nets himself a candidate spot, it will have been his 7th outing there at the candidates. Well, he will have to take down Arjun Erigaisi. And Arjun Erigaisi in this particular game, we left him at a crossroads. Was he going to advance the f-pawn 1 or 2 squares? Well, the decision has been made. There has been some clarity. And Arturs, what was it in the end? f5 or f6?
It was f6, Yobi. So here Arjun decided probably it's the safer move. I think f5 was really a fine move as well. This prompted Aronian to accept the pawn because I think the pawn on e5 becomes a bit vulnerable. There's all kinds of bishop takes f3, f takes on e5 ideas, so you don't really have a choice. Knight takes on f6, not queen f6, by the way. And here, a very interesting move, bishop takes on f3. So Arjun decided to give up the bishop for the knight. Most likely to have a better control of the e5 square. And after bishop f3, queen d7, we have a very unusual position on the board where it's no longer symmetrical pawn structure. I think black's pawn structure is a bit better because white has the so-called 3 pawn islands. That's one island, second island, that's the mainland, I suppose. I don't know, but it's 3 together. Black has 2 of them, and this means that he has no weaknesses. And also these bishops for white, they don't really do look great at the moment, but I mean, still, obviously the game is ahead of us, and if Aronian would be able to build some sort of a battery like queen d3, bishop c1, bishop d1, bishop c2, and perhaps h4, h5, try to attack those weakened light squares, things could turn around.
Yeah, you're right. If that bishop gets liberated and starts looking at the black king, I think there will be some kind of turnaround going on. But in Arjun, he's got the 2 knights. It's in his interest to keep the position as closed as possible. And there is the natural target, as you highlighted, on d4. I guess it's just a situation that he's trying to maybe take control over the E line. And what he perhaps wants to do is one fine day, and it will have to be one fine day, post up a knight to e4.
Yeah, could be. It could be as well. So here black has many good moves. I think rook e8 is a move, but then again, what happens with the pawn on a5? Think about this knight e4. Knight e4 at the moment is impossible because the queen on b3 pins the king. So for this, you probably will want to play something like king h8. Also, I'm thinking there could be some knight h4 moves here. But do you want to play knight h4? Because it seems that white wants to relocate this bishop on the long diagonal b1 h7 anyway.
Yes.
I'm not sure what to make of this. It's like a balanced position, Yovi, but I see the bar says the black is slightly better, but I would just say it's pretty much unclear. And first and foremost here, it's Erigaisi who needs to figure out on which direction is he taking the game. I think for Aronian in this regard, I think it's a bit simpler, put the bishop on the long diagonal, maybe play h3 to make sure there's no knight g4. Yeah.
Could you also see kind of ideas such as, you inspired me quite a bit with your knight to h4, because there apparently is 2 things I like nothing more in chess. One of them is advancing pawns. That's a given. That's me, who I am. The other one is as soon as you give me a whiff of attacking the king, I'm there. And, you kind of mentioned knight to h4, knight to f5. And I thought, hang on a second. That is, you have to really be careful about how you do it. But if you're able to get knight f5 in, you're removing one of the defenders of the king. And this bishop on a7, you know, watch out. You can't do it right now because b7, unfortunately, is hanging. So you got to time it in the correct way. But my point being is that the king is left completely undefended once you get rid of that knight on g3. And if black is able to kind of just solidify the position, and he can set in motion ideas such as, yeah, I like this rook to f7, double up rook to af8, and then you can also go bishop to b8, do a little flick back there, and then you get in your knight to f5, and suddenly everything is working, would you believe?
I love it. I mean, I love this idea. So perhaps Arjun is figuring out what's the correct move order. Like rook on f7, like this is a great move that kind of protects the pawn on b7, allows doubling the rooks. And also, I wanted to add my 2 cents here, Yoey, is that I was thinking about some knight g4 ideas. Yeah, so this is also something that black probably wants to do. He wants to kill your bishops. But again, it's the same problem. It's the pawn on b7, which always keeps reminding black. And at least at the moment, there's no direct attack. But that's why you probably can improve it. And is it knight h4 immediately, or is it maybe even rook f7 right away? And now I think we fully understand Arjun's deep idea, why he decided to give up the bishop on f3 in the first place. Because after these moves like rook f7 or queen d7, there's always the knight e5 idea, right? The knight on e5 stands fantastic, so he treats... I mean, the bishop on g4 was a pretty fantastic piece anyway, but he treats that the knight on f3 was so crucial to generate for black some counterplay that, okay, he played knight h4, but I think that rook f7 could be in the cards.
Yeah, I agree. I think the rook on a8 is going to be mobilized some way or other. Could be rook f7, double on the f line, could also be rook a8. But this idea of going knight to h4 and just asking the question to Levon, hey, it's not going to be all systems go on the queen side. Think about your king safety. And we say all this, h6 appears.
Sorry, my old analysis here.
Wasn't on my agenda, at least, to take some time off and do this. But maybe
I've wrongly announced he didn't play knight h4. This was me. My apologies. h6. Sorry, yeah, h6 is on the board.
But you know something? I'm not a big fan of this move, just because it goes back to something that you said about white's trumps in the position. Because you were saying, hey, you know, if you're able to get a battery going on the light squares, bishop b2, bishop d3, exactly, then there's going to be problems. And I feel like h6, I understand why he did it, just to take control over g5. I feel like bishop to e2 is a natural, you know, setting up ideas of going bishop to d3 and getting on with targeting those vulnerable light squares.
Yeah, it's a strange move. To be honest, I'm also a bit puzzled. I feel like there was no need for him to weaken this diagonal unless he has another idea. Like, he's not going for this idea of instead of this, once again, knight h4, rook f7, rook f8, bishop b8, which look very, very natural. So there must be something else. And I'm not really sure why Arjun would think that the g5 square needs protecting, but I suppose we are going to get our answer very quickly. By the way, Levon immediately responded bishop e2. And now this knight on g6 is kind of vulnerable. I think he should be happy seeing Arjun playing h6 here.
I think so too, although I'm kind of curious as to what Arjun's big idea is. Is it? I think knight h4 was a fantastic idea. Maybe this is just, hang on. Maybe this is it. He wants to go knight h4, but he wants to stop any funny business such as bishop to g5.
So here, if he will play knight h4, bishop e2, worrying about bishop g5, maybe.
That's my... only kind of explanation here. Because otherwise it is a
Right.
little bit mysterious.
Yeah. Maybe there's like another idea, something like knight f4. Oh, sorry. After bishop e8, bishop e8, play knight f4, and but again, I quite do not understand this h6 anyway. So rook f7, rook f8, bishop e8, knight f4. Why do you need h6 for this? It's a bit mystery, but I suppose we'll see.
Yes, we are going to be seeing that in action. And let's go to the full board view. We're going to keep our eyes glued to this one. We'll keep you updated on every move that's been played because this one is sharpening up very nicely. But going to our full board view, and I just want to draw your eyes to top right. It's an opposite color bishop endgame, and I fully expect that this game be fizzling out and it's not going to last too much longer. f6 being played. Okay, yes, black is a pawn up, but it's virtually irrelevant because this advance of the c-pawn is going to be hampered by a bishop. And the thing is, wherever black's king goes, the other king will follow, and there will be no way to make progress. So I don't think we need to spend too much time here. I just wanted to point out that this one headed to a draw.
All right. Okay, let's select another game. From the overview, is there something that catches your eye, Yobi? Something we haven't yet checked, maybe?
Yeah, let's have a look at something we haven't yet checked, and that's Liemle against Alexander Donchenko. Yesterday, it felt like Alexander could kind of say that he had the moral better of the draw, because he had some very good preparation and he had a slightly better position. But Liemle is a fantastic player. I don't think he's had to play any tie breaks whatsoever. And here, a quick count of material. So it tells us everything is equal. So what do we make of this?
By the way, speaking about the tie breaks, also Donchenko hasn't played a single tiebreak so far, and he started with round 1. And what makes it really spectacular is that Alexander is currently the best performing player in the tournament. So at the moment, he's performing at 28-43, and he already has knocked out two candidates. Two players in the candidates tournament, Anish Giri and Matthias Blubaum, the two winners of the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament. So for Alexander, this is also a pretty fantastic tournament. But speaking about the position, I think it was the exchange Grunfeld, which I always thought it's super, super balanced, if not say drawish. But here White is asking some questions with the pawn on e4 and is enjoying a bit better pawn structure.
Yeah. The bit better pawn structure is something that's going to be very pleasant for Liam. Also, he's going to be the first one to arrive at an open line. The rook is threatening to post up to c1, and it's going to eyeball this pawn on c6. So there are things that can make Donchenko uncomfortable. So I feel like now he has to be a little bit precise with how he's going to be defending this pawn on e4. And for me, the first step is to go queen to d5. Yeah, threaten I don't know whether you're threatening just yet to capture on d4, but it's certainly there in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think it is a threat. It is a threat, and I don't think that White wants to play something passive, so perhaps rook c1. The point is after bishop takes on d4, I don't think it works. Rook d1, there's e5 or c5, you choose. So basically, White would have to take it here and maybe aim for some slightly better endgame, like after rook takes on c6, but black has e3 and enough activity. So perhaps White could play e3, queen d5, b3, queen c2, play down a pawn, but at least have some pressure here. But all of this is most likely leading to the same result. Looks quite drawish for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Queen centralizes itself. It's what we fully expected. And yeah, rook to c1 will just lead to straight up equality. So if Liam wants to squeeze this game out, he's probably going to have to go rook to d1 and try to hold the d4 pawn stronghold. But then, the question is rook to d8, and then e5 is incoming.
Yeah, I think that actually seals the deal immediately, because he cannot do it. And rook d2, it just feels wrong. Like, white is so passive here to protect the pawn, but actually the question is what's he doing himself? So he's not attacking any target. So I don't like this. I think that did you spot something, Gabby?
Yes, in that line, which I feel like I feel like it's either going to be like mass simplification with rook c1, or if you kind of go for this like grimly hold on and then try to do something, rook to d2 I think is a must, because e5 c5 in the air, so you can't do that right now. And then this is what I suspect his plan would be. So you go b3 as white, then queen c1, and then rook c2. And I don't know why I find these type of mini plans very satisfactory, but I do.
I mean, Lim Le is a very technical player, and he could find something like this. And I was thinking, well, you're going to try to rearrange your pieces, because I don't think that black wants to force things. So maybe he could go for some h5, h4. I could probably stop it. And yeah, but now what? Yeah, now that I look at this, it looks really, really interesting, because I mean, otherwise everything else is just getting to equality. And this one, if white is like totally feeling that he's playing very passive, he could always play rook c2. This b3 to protect the pawn on a2, b3, queen c1, rook c2. So maybe here Donchenko could play like a5, b3, so that he can trade off that weakness, not to allow you to press. And then after rook c2, a4, again, probably you're not in time, but it's worth a shot. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like it's literally the only way for white to try to squeeze this one out. But if you don't, I mean, also the question is, can black be a little bit spicy? Because, like, for instance, if you go rook to d8, I mean, can you just change tack with ideas such as, now don't laugh, but you remember what I said about rook to d8, I think is, and then rook to d2. Could you go like g5, h6, and go, yes,
5f4.
yes, yeah, yeah. You say, hey, two people are playing this game. You want to have fun?
Yeah, we can try to combine these plans together. So b3, h6, queen c1, f5, rook c2. Actually, why do you need rook on d8 for that? So maybe we can keep the rook on f8. So let's say here. But I think they just made a move rook d1, and we might actually see this. So let's try this. So g5, and I'm going to play h6, f5, f4.
Yeah.
So you play b3. I'm going to go here.
Yes.
Here.
I'm going to terrify you. 5. Yeah.
No. I like it. It looks very, very natural. It's a bit ambitious, but it's not like black is risking anything. Like, he's just gaining space and reminding white, as you said, that I'm also playing here. It's not just you.
Yeah.
So, by the way, these players, I think they know each other really well, because Donchenko and Lim Le, they've been playing many times in Bill Chess Festival, where being the commentator for the past 4 or 5 years. And Lim Le has won the Masters event for 3 years in a row. So actually, we were considering to rename the tournament Lim Le Chess Festival, because every single time he would show up, he would just win the event, which is just incredible. And also, I think Donchenko was playing really well in, was it the Challengers tournament or the Masters tournament? But he's been there record times, like 10 times or so. So these are the guys who know each other really well. They have definitely crossed their path paths in previous tournaments. And yeah, it's exciting to see.
It is exciting to see, especially also in such a cutthroat situation, such as the World Cup, where one of them will advance and the other one will have to say goodbye to. Okay, so this one is very interesting. Nicely posted queen on d5, but let's take a break from this one and go to, again, I got my eyes on that razor sharp position that is Nordibek Yakubov against Gabriel Sargsyan. I can't help it. I like a firefly. I'm just drawn to that position. But before we had, okay, no, the camera has followed. Let's maybe check in on this one, because this one is anyone's game.
Yeah, but it seems that Sargsyan has successfully managed to answer all the opening's problems. So he was facing a very annoying prep with this early g4. Again, to refresh your memory, the viewers, after the opening here, Yakuboyev decided to go for the spicy continuation long castle. He played carry the h-pawn, carry the g-pawn. Everything marches forward, and Sargsyan spent quite a bit of time to figure out that d takes on c4, bishop takes on c4, and b5 has to be played. Looks very, very natural to me. And bishop b3, Engine marks this as a miss, and I can only assume, Yovi, is that Yakuboyev just didn't know this move. And apparently here the Engine says that the best move was either bishop d3 immediately or include a trade, rook takes on d8, and I suppose knight takes on d8, and then play bishop e2, allowing black to play b4 to seek this counterplay. So that's why I think Yakuboyev felt that it looks a bit scary, and he's going to play bishop b3 because now there's like more pieces to the defense, and potentially he can think about h5, g5, g6, and then the bishop on b3 actually stands perfectly. But the Engine doesn't agree so, and after knight g5 here, Sargsyan was able to trade off, at least offer the second rook trade, and apparently it's just balanced.
But it's not a 0.00 nothing to see here, move along please kind of equality. This is still very, very sharp, because you see, b4 still in the air.
Sorry, Yami, but it's actually 0.00. Like, I agree with your assessment that the position is full with light, but unfortunately, that's exactly what Stockfish says. It's 0.00. I think we can disagree with it, right?
Yeah. I think we'll agree to disagree with the Engine. I mean, come on. I mean, they really need to sort out their evaluations, because they should have like 0.0 boring, and then they have 0.00 but fun, and here this is one where it could really turn. And this questions for Yakuboyev. He's got how much time? He's got just over an hour, and he's in his preparation. So what is he thinking? Is he thinking about trading? Is he thinking about moving the rook away? Or, I mean, somehow you kind of just want to get at the black king. So are there ideas such as knight to e4? Is that asking too much?
Well,
Maybe.
I think first he needs to answer, does he want to keep the attack going? Because that's what he did in the first place. He played g4, h4, long castle. He wants to do something. But with the rooks gone, I don't think that this attack is bound to succeed. So my natural instinct would be, I want to keep at least pair of rooks on the board. So I want to play like rook g1, and I want to play something like knight x and f7, maybe sacrifice casually a piece, then play g5, h5. By the way, watch out for knight f7, g5, and queen h7. Could be a thing. But of course, you immediately see the drawbacks that black is going to play b4. Of course, black is not going to sit quietly. And after a takes on b4, knight takes on b4, maybe there are big problems. Yeah, and black suddenly seeks a lot of counterplay. So you can't do that. On top of that, maybe there's a room for some excitement with knight f7 immediately. Oh, Engine actually says it's kind of okay. Because the point is, if you take it, I wanted to take with a queen. And after king f7, I want to play g5. And suddenly I noticed some ideas with that the knight leaves. There's going to be queen h5. I'm going to ask you some questions. Let's say knight somewhere 98 and
Queen
queen
to h5.
Yeah.
No, that's not the way. Or
No,
it
but I
is the
think
way.
it is definitely playable.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks
Yeah.
completely crushing.
Knight
So
to d8
perhaps
is the only move I see, yeah.
Yeah, but perhaps he's thinking about this knight of 7. It's a bit weird because the 2 rooks are disappearing, and I know what I just said is that probably white doesn't have any realistic attack, but again, this is a very concrete position. So is rook d1 necessary or not? I can't tell, but g5 is a move. And
maybe you can fiddle things around, like go rook takes rook first and then g5. Because then you get access to the bishop e6.
Sorry.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh,
I just
that would
noticed
be
this.
spectacular.
I just noticed this. Actually, my original idea to play knight f7 was bishop, to play g5, but I just noticed there's another sacrifice with queen b3, knight e5, and oh, this looks so bad. This guy needs a professional help. The king on e6 is in danger. I mean, the king on e6 needs the help.
Yes. Wow. No, I mean, actually, I didn't even think about knight takes f7. I mean, wow. I mean, okay, so here you have to go rook takes rook. You absolutely have to go rook takes rook.
So rook takes. Maybe, yeah, rook takes, queen takes. And
King
if
takes.
you take it, play g5. And now naturally this knight could be left here. But it's such a big moment for Yakoboyev. Like I think he fully expects, of course, after g5, if the knight retreats, there's queen h5, there's this attack against the pawn on e6. So he's somewhere here, and he's trying to figure out, okay, so what happens if black doesn't do this? What happens if black goes another move and he gives up the extra piece here? So does he play some b4? Does he play, maybe it's queen d8. Maybe that's a very sensible move, just to bring more pieces to the defense. And I'm not really sure if white can keep the attack going and still decline the queen trade. Maybe some queen e2. And then toy with the idea of g takes on queen h5, knight e5. Yeah, this once again just shows that this position is so sharp. But I'm pretty sure that Yakoboyev is here. He's here. He sees knight f7. There's no way he doesn't see it. And I'm pretty sure also Sargsyan sees it. And he's just calculating in his mind while he's walking around.
Yeah. And talking about sacrifices, I mean, is there any other sacrifice in the air? Because this type of position is because if knight takes f7, I agree with you. Dangerous, very, very tempting, especially when you see that after king takes f7, bishop takes e6 is going to be absolutely terminal. So then I think it's very, very tempting to make this move. But is there anything else? Is there any kind of sacrifice on e6? I don't think you can go knight takes e6, but I don't know, maybe you can't go. No, this one just it's not sufficient.
No, but knight e6 is also a very interesting move. Like, I don't think we can discard it. Of course, I'm aware what the bar says, but let's say this position, do you include a trade or not? Let's say f takes, bishop e6, g5 is incoming. Your king's a bit shaky.
Yeah, I just wanted to update you all on there was a draw, but as we expected, between Daniel Dubov and Sam Shanklin. So tomorrow, the match is tied, so it advances to tie breaks. We're going to be in for a whole lot of fun as we see what Daniel Dubov has in store for us. And yeah, as you were saying, sorry to interrupt you there, Artis, but it's looking very interesting, like sacrifice on e6, sacrifice on f7.
Yeah, this probably on e6, it doesn't work. Yeah, because of king h8, and I quite do not see the follow-up. But knight f7 is definitely in the card. So maybe there's even some other waiting move he can include. What about we do the same again? Rook g1, and if you play the tempting move b4, what about knight f7 here? Okay, I see the bar hates it, but again, the point is king f7. I play g5, I try to use every single piece I have for the attack, takes, and
But
maybe
the
something
queen,
happens.
the queen covers like some of the key squares. So yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, it's very, very tempting because also bishop takes f6 kind of keeps everything well knitted together. And the queen on a5, don't discount her. She is able to kind of move over to h5. Not quite yet on f5, but it's yeah, it's like the time is now, right? Either you're gonna go rook c1 or step away, or you're gonna go sacrifice on f7. I think we might be heading towards knight takes f7, but I just wanted to check. There's one final sacrifice. I'm just trying to be completely methodical about it. And bishop takes e6, because often with calculation, okay, the evaluation bar does not hate this one. Well, I mean, well, knight
Oh, you
takes e6.
spotted queen b3.
Oh, queen b3.
Oh,
Aye.
no? Why not queen b3? Ah,
I got
because of
knight
rook
takes e6.
d1. No, 95.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Yobi. You maybe spotted something else, and then I stepped in and said,
No.
it's got to be queen b3. Was it something else?
No, it's knight takes e6. I'm just trying to kind of play it with compensation. So you have to go rook takes, and now queen takes. And then, g5 is coming, and then queen to d7, and the knight on e6 keeps the queen locked out of the game. I didn't calculate deeply here. I was simply just running through the rules of calculation,
No, smothered mate. I want to deliver a smothered mate with knight g5, not if I just can't help it. But no, this is also a move, actually. Yeah. But
yeah.
I'm not really sure. I will be a bit scared, but I like your point. Like, the queen is actually disconnected from the game. Bishop c7 is a threat. And b4 feels like a very tempting way to bring it in the game. So we might see something like this. And Yakoboyev looks like he's ready. He's ready to make the move.
Yeah. And the question, though, is like, how much risks does he take? Because if it all goes wrong, if he sacrifices a piece, it all goes wrong, that's it. He's out of the competition. Whereas if he also takes the risk, on the flip side, if it goes well, he advances to the quarterfinals and he does not need to play tiebreaks. I mean, these are the kind of elements that are at play here. And he's about to make a move. To me,
I think he's going to
judging by his hand...
Yeah. He is sacrificing. Look at this. He's nervous. He feels this is a very big moment. And you can always tell this from the body language. When somebody's excited, he's not going to play f3 or king c1 when you're excited. When you're excited, you're sacrificing a piece. So his eyes are glued on the f6, f7 and e6 square. So Yavi, your bishop e6, knight e6, it's like a deeper idea. Mine was pretty brutal with knight f7. Engine, of course, keeps everything level, but this is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be fun. And I agree. I sense the nervousness. He is definitely poised to take something. I suspect we're going to see knight takes f7 just because it's so tempting, right? You immediately see that king takes f7, bishop takes e6 is absolutely devastating for black. So why not? He just has to build up the courage because he does have that fallback option. If he could maybe trade off rooks and he could kind of take the game into quieter avenues should he choose. Yeah, knight takes f7, just too good, too tempting.
Actually, I'm more loving bishop e6. I like your idea more. And just because it comes with this direct idea of bishop c7. Like, now I'm looking at this, and again, there's some very concrete calculation most likely going on, but I like it more because after knight f7, king f7, g5, I feel that black is going to drop the piece anyway, and somehow it's going to fizzle out. But after bishop e6, knight e6, it's a bit different. Yeah, but this nervousness in his body language, I think it tells it all. So he feels like It's a critical moment. You're trained to think at critical moments, and the weight of this decision cannot be underestimated. Once again, yeah, if he makes the right choice, and he sacrifices the piece and he wins the game, he's in the quarterfinals. If he miscalculates from just an equal position or the safe position, then he's out. So there's a lot at stake here.
And chat is really cheering him on. They're like, just do it, go for it. But it's easier said than done, guys. I mean, in Norwegian, there's a fantastic term for people like us. They call us slipper heroes. You know, we sit there with our slippers on by the armchair, cheering on, saying, yes, we can do this. You got to take the risk. But as we see Nordebek Yakubov, he's so uncertain. He's running through the calculations in his mind. Will
Come
he
to the
have
dark
the
side,
nerve
do it.
to
Just sacrifice the
yes.
piece on F7 and do it. Yeah, it's easy for us to tell, of course. We are just the spectators here. But for him, that's everything at stake. So he's reaching for the move. Is it going to be knight f7? Definitely a sacrifice. Definitely a sacrifice incoming. He wants to make a move.
He wants to do it, Artis. He wants to sacrifice. He's just now triple checking to make sure everything's okay. Because you also want to play a game in style. And talking about style, this was a very classy draw. Not much in it between these two. And that means we're going to be seeing our second set of tie breaks. Very balanced, very level game. And tomorrow, well, all bets are off as one of these players will be advancing to the quarterfinals. But going back to where the drama was, the drama is really on this game. Nordebek, you know, he went all guns blazing in the opening. He went, he's reaching.
He's reaching.
For rook.
He wants to do it. He says, I want to
do
it. I know I shouldn't, but I want to. I want to do it.
I don't think he's going to sack Artis. I think just from his hand movement, I think he's going to go rook c1.
No.
He didn't sacrifice a piece.
Well, he did not do it. He did not do it. He decided to play it safe. Rook c1. By the way, he doesn't really rule out the sacrifices later at some point. So he wants to keep things going. Actually, this rook c1 is perfectly logical with the idea to keep the pair of rooks on the board, because maybe knight e4 is going to be a thing to remove the knight out of 6. I mean, he's still thinking about queen h7, but I gotta tell you, Yovi, this definitely took all of his willpower not to sacrifice. I think he made a smart choice.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, because he's got ideas of going knight ce4, right? And and suddenly a whole lot of calculation is going to be involved, because h7 looking a touch sensitive. I mean, again, this position is still incredibly wild. b4 is the natural move that I think Gabriel will be thinking about, right? You got to go forward. You got to do something. And so knight ce4 is going to be the response.
I mean, I can still sacrifice. 100%. But okay, knight e4. Yeah.
Okay, I just goes to show how fickle I am. One sacrifice, but okay, he's gonna go. What's he reaching for?
It's got to be
I'm
b4.
reading the pawn. Yeah,
he's got to play b4. And I just love how Sargsyan is cool as a cucumber. Like he just had chances for knight x at f7 or bishop e6, and he just comes back like it's just your normal day business here. And you gotta remain cool. I'm pretty sure he calculated all of this while he was walking, because very rarely players do not think about their games when they're having some time off. b4 is played.
Oh, wow. Blue arrow appears. You gotta play knight ce4. Okay.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Knight e4,
Big
threat,
idea.
knight f6, queen h7, all kinds of things. But wait, is this even a threat? Like, can I take it?
You can, but knight takes knight.
Yeah, I saw it, but I was kind of trying to make a point that maybe you have nothing there.
Yes, I also was a little bit uncertain as to whether one had nothing. But okay, there's still no checks for black. So now you do have a free move. And
There's
I'm also
probably some
looking at like
sacrifice.
sacrificing and also wondering whether you could do some funny business such as queen h5.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, the f7 square is not so easy to defend also. You play g6. I might go back. Yeah, this is probably ridiculous. Like you correctly said, Yovi, is that this is not a check. Like I thought I'm going for some attack, but leaving the king at the mercy of the opponent's pieces probably is not very smart. So yeah, it is a threat. It is a threat. So knight x on f6. I just wanted to point out that black has ways to misplay things. So here the question is, how do you deal with this? If not b takes on a3, definitely not knight g4.
Yeah.
I think this pawn is totally irrelevant here. Some capture or something, but it just centralizes the queen and also targets the knight on c6. There's got to be something else.
Right, and I'm also thinking if the queen comes to e4, you know, also white has this kind of first up, you've got explosions happening on e6, bishop takes e6 in the air. Also, you have bishop c2. The queen can drop back. Also, as Artis is pointing out, rook takes c6, incoming, and no hesitation now from Yakuboev. Knight to e4, and now it is 100% concentration mode from Gabriel Sarkisian. He now has to walk a tightrope to survive the white initiative. It's a crazy position. And, you know, we're just getting to the good part. Artists, wow. What a start it has been here in this particular round where we see players there on the brink. We see Frederick Svana. He is fighting desperately to win this game. Yavokir Sindarov just a draw away from progressing to the quarterfinals. Also, Wei Yi still a pawn up against Sam Sevian. And things, again, are just shaping up very nicely in some of the other games. Well, it's nearly time, as John likes to say, for Christmas. And if you're stuck for a present for someone who really loves chess, well, I can personally recommend this. It's ChessUp's annual holiday sale, which starts now. And you can save even more with the promo code CHESS. Now through to December the 1st, you can save $100 on your ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, ChessUp supports players of all levels. So use !ChessUp in chat to unlock $100 off till December the 1st, the lowest price of their holiday sales season. And as we see that, we are going to go on a break, but stay tuned because when we come back, we are going to dive into all of the action. See you in a few.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game? game.
game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
We have 4 different puzzles, white to play and win.
I think quite clearly the idea would be to get some knight h6, knight h7 mate. We need to get the rook out of the way, so I would assume we go for rook takes g6 first move. I mean hg, queen h7, king h7, knight g5, knight h6, knight h7 is direct mate. fg, queen h7, I guess only king f8 is possible, but then, I don't know. I guess queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, king f7, knight g5 also works. So.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Can you just show us the moves?
Yes, so I will take on g6. Let's say fg. So okay, this is quite... there should be even many ways to mate, but I guess this is the main motive.
Very nice. Wow.
Well done.
Impressive. White to play and win.
Quite obviously we have back rank issues. The first thing that came to my mind was some queen g3, king a8, queen e3, but I see there's a queen g6 option, which could be problematic, but maybe then I have rook d2. So I think that could be a try. King c8 is the only issue. If I go bishop a7, queen c2, queen b8, king d7, queen b7, queen c7, rook, really quite long lines. I mean, rook d1, I think about king e6, and then I don't really see a clear follow-up. Maybe if I go, but I feel like it's too far. Usually if I have to go that far, solutions are wrong. Yeah, this one is quite difficult. Yeah, I was thinking whether we can use the diagonals, some bishop d6 followed by queen h3, but I see there's f5. I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, king c8, bishop d6, queen c2, queen h3, f5, so I cannot really see any follow-up there. Ah, okay, so we go queen g4 check, queen g4, bishop a7, and then king d7, rook d2, and rook c1, I guess.
Very good.
Yeah, this is the typical mistake of not considering unusual moves, yes.
Yo no les echo la culpa, ¿no? Pero sí les echo la culpa por hacerlo público, por publicar en redes sociales algo así, ¿no? Porque yo nunca he publicado en redes sociales algo así. Realmente las trampas es un tema súper complicado, ¿no? Para la gente pues que sabe muy bien cómo leer entre líneas, yo creo que ellos sí lo piensan de verdad. Se dieron las cosas y gané 2 veces el Title Tuesday. Claro, y la gente puede ver alguien ver eso y decir, ok, ¿él va a ganar 2 veces un Title Tuesday? No, o sea, es imposible, ¿no? ¡Vamos! Por fin. Yo creo que la gente juzga mucho por lo primero que ve, ¿no? Pero no juzga que pues uno juega 100 Title Tuesday mientras que la mayoría juega 40, 30, 50 porque anda haciendo otras cosas. Descanso. Me llamo José Martínez Alcántara y soy gran maestro de ajedrez.
We are back with game 2 of round 5, and you can feel it. The nerves are kicking in as every little moment starts to matter that little bit more. And we are going to dive into the man that we just saw there on the video, Jose Martinez, with the black pieces against someone who has arrived at this event exceptionally well prepared. Pentala Hari Krishna, he of Queen Sacrifice fame. And let's check in on how these two players are doing. So when we last saw it, we saw that the game was very much still in the opening phase. Jose Martinez had gone for a very solid system. And here we are seeing that things are relatively level. But as always, we have that eternal question. Which minor piece is better, the bishop or the knight?
I think here, Yowie, the bishop. is going to be a bit better, because the knight on c8 for the moment doesn't do much. And if somebody has a bit of pressure, that is definitely Hare Krishna, because even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, black has some potential weaknesses at the queen side. So this bishop that white has is on the color of these pawns. So potentially white could organize some sort of a counterplay against these pawns, even in an endgame. But I'm thinking that with the last move a4 that Hare Krishna played, he's planning some sort of a queenside attack. And I'm not fully sure what is it, but it could be queen b6 to use the fact that this b6 square is not available to him. And then maybe consider like b4, b5, try to generate some targets, or perhaps a c4 could be a move. And maybe in the cards could be some slightly more favorable endgame, like queen c5, takes on c5, d takes on c5, get the knight on d4, get the pawn on b4, and claim that white is better. But probably Martinez doesn't really have to do all of this. What do you think, Yovi?
Yeah, I think that he's also looking at the long game. It's very much in his style. I've always seen Hare Krishna as a technical player, you know, always willing to take the game as long and as far as possible. He was also the David Howell's partner in crime when David almost came close to breaking the world record when it came to the longest game ever played. It was Hare Krishna sitting in front of them, and they're both enjoying themselves. I mean, the arbiters, not so much, but I think Harry was very much down for playing 200 plus moves. So, I mean, I've always seen him as a grinder. The Queen's coming off to us as we had a featured chat saying, you know, I swear to God, Harry hates his queens and they are off the board. But I reckon it's just as you say. This is a pawn structure with a6, b7, and c6. And I remember my good old father, you know, when I was very small, you know, he liked to read chess books with us. And I remember him like pointing out that this particular construction of pawns is very weak because they can easily be restrained. And that's exactly what Hare Krishna is playing for, you know. Queen takes queen, dc5, and that's it. Black's pawns, they're on the queen side. They're never going to advance.
That's a very good point. And actually, I stand corrected. I think my suggested move, queen b6, doesn't quite make any sense because black is not obliged to play knight c8. It's knight d7, and then you have to most likely go back. But I like this queen c5 a lot. It's basically the same idea. And it pretty much, I think, forces black to do something about it. And also notice here that knight f5 is not the move to stop white from playing knight e4 because bishop h3 suddenly is very unpleasant. And yeah, I don't know what to do. Like g6 doesn't feel right because white can just take it here and play either knight e4, rook e7, maybe even a quieter move like f3 to limit the knight on f6. These are all possibilities. So that's why for Martinez, I think that unless there's a knight c8 move, he probably has to take it, play king f8, protect the knights, and after knight e4, just decide where his defense lies. Is it a solid passive defense or seeking some counterplay with b6? Oh, by the way, b6, I think I just blundered. Rook takes on e7 and knight c6, so you got to be careful to the very end.
Yes, in fact, I was right there with you on that blunder as well. So, I mean, because b6 is also very, very natural. You want to be disrupting white's bind there on the queen side. But yeah, it just goes to show. Yeah, I mean, and what about knight c8? I mean, that didn't look great. But is there anything immediately wrong with it? Because sometimes there's no harm in admitting that you've made a mistake.
I mean, knight c8 is a normal move because if white takes on d6, then you are not forcing white to control the d4 square. But I think the problem with the move knight c8, Yovi, is that basically black forces himself to play b6 the next move. And I find this move very difficult to make because let's say I could play I don't know, for example, at the bishop h3 or a5, without very deep thinking, it's tough to understand which is the better move. But let's say I'm playing a5. And what is your knight doing on c8? You do not want to play b6 because you just create weaknesses here. And white is going to play most likely bishop h3, f3 to limit the knight on f6. Knight e7 is impossible because of the back rank, so you would have to invest more time for king f8. So I think that queen takes on c5 feels like a small concession, but the black's position should be holdable. And king f8 without any adventures, knight e4 most likely is happening anyway. Doesn't feel like black is so bad here.
Well, actually, Jose is just saying, hey, I'm admitting that I made a mistake, and he does go knight to c8. I was going to say, I don't think Jose, he's a very natural player, very much from the Peruvian school of chess, which is all about simply placing your pieces in their best squares and working in harmony. And I was going to say, I like this kind of concept of b6 because at least black's plan is a little bit more clear-cut. But when you stopped it with a5, again, the position is relatively closed and there's no tension in the center. So can you get away with, after a5, going queen to d8 or queen to d7? I don't quite know where the queen should go, but let's put it on d8 and then go knight to d6 and, you know, just argue, well, at least my knights are eyeballing e4.
I'm not sure about that. I feel like white has a lot of pressure, and this c4 move is also a threat. Like knight goes to b4, there's some pressure here. And from a structure standpoint, I think that black doesn't want to get something like this. It feels that the power of this bishop, the scope, increases, and b6 still creates weaknesses. I do not like knight c8. Like, I see that engine supports it, but it feels that black is putting himself in a bit unpleasant situation. But then again, you know, chess is always a very concrete game. And concretely, Martinez most likely has figured out that there's nothing that white can do about it. Most likely he wants to play like king f8, knight e7, or maybe, as you said, Yovi, this queen d8 move. And he just thinks, perhaps based on the elimination method, that white doesn't have anything better anyway. But the point is, with the knight on c8, black is pretty much never taking on c5 here. So a5 or something like knight b4 could be in the cards.
I loved your a5 move, and yeah, you're right. You know, black is taking liberties in the position. You know, knight c8, then queen to d8. That was my idea. c4, of course. You go back, I go forward. That's always been a good motto in chess. And yeah, Hospen now has to tread very, very carefully, because Harry is the one who is really quite seriously pressing here. And yes, shall we cast our eyes elsewhere, say goodbye to this game for the time being, and go in a different direction? Because I'd like to pay some attention to Wei Yi against Sam Sevian. We saw Wei Yi being gifted a pawn, probably due to nerves from Sam right out of the start. You know, we saw this bishop come to f5, knight takes c6 was a beautiful shot, just to kind of show everyone this amazing resource. And I think it was just a very, very smart opening choice from Wei Yi. You know, he kind of lulled his opponent into a false sense of security by playing an opening which has a very drawish reputation. And now he just simply, if we fast forward to the game position, the queens are off, and white is quite simply a pawn up. But the question is, how much of a pawn is it? Because it's doubled.
A pawn is a pawn, as they say. Yeah, indeed, it's doubled, and not helping white to create a pass pawn immediately, but it does control some squares. And it seems that Wei Yi has managed to find his way around and solidify the advantage, because I perfectly understood what Sevian was trying to do. And I'm pretty sure that Wei Yi was calculating all the risks, because if I go back now about 7-8 moves or so, this moment here, where he spends so much time after queen g3. So he wanted to get the position knight versus bishop, not obstacle of bishops, because if you get a position with obstacle of bishops, then this extra pawn probably is kind of irrelevant. And this is what Sam was trying to do. He was trying to get those knights off the board. So look at this queen g4, very smart move. Provoke black to play h5. Again, queen h5, knight e4. It's going to be symmetrical bishops on the board with an extra pawn, and most likely not enough. Queen h3 now serves as a weakness. Rook d8, rook e1, and knight e4. And suddenly, white is not taking on d4. He takes the rook. Knight takes on c2, drops the knight. So he cannot do that. I would say with a very accurate play, Wei Yi is improving his odds. But then again, I mean, black is like, ever since this terrible blunder in the opening, black has done nothing wrong, and Sam is setting up a solid defense. So, see, he still has his chances to save the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. But, well, black has a nice little pawn chain. And so my instinct here in this type of situation is to go f4. I want to go f4, f5, and disrupt the black pawn structure as much as possible. What is going to be the reaction? Presumably you have to go f5.
Yeah.
And
makes perfect sense.
And has white actually benefited from advancing the pawn? You know, Artis, I gotta say, I always take my chance when David's not here. And I'm in an endgame. I'm always like, well, what happens if we push pawns? When he's here, I'm like,
a lot of great ideas. So maybe f4 is not one of them, but I mean, no, but it is an idea. Like, it is an idea. Like, you want to create some weaknesses here, and a very valid question. Like, f4, f5, who benefits from this? I would say black probably, but I understand your logic also. There's a lot of weaknesses, and maybe you get to exploit them in the longer run. But this knight on e6 is so powerful. It blocks the bishop on e3. I don't know. Still worth a shot.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting kind of thing. Because if not, I think I would try to do as David has been encouraging me to do, you know, like rook f1, g3, you know, play it slowly. Don't give your opponent any squares, but he's not here.
I don't know. I would maybe play f3. Like f4 is a bit too much. But once again, chess is a very concrete game, and you do provoke black to play f5. I just, the main reservations I have about this, I'm not sure how I feel about giving a future outpost on e4 for the knight. That's what I'm quite not sure about, because let's say there is a scenario, and I don't think that we can predict everything, that this knight gets rerouted to f6, and then you put a knight on e4. And with such a knight on e4, it's a bit difficult to battle. So my money would be on something cautious, like maybe following David's advice, f3, king f2, improve the pieces, improve the king, slowly, carefully, give them better squares. But also I think it makes sense to use the pawn majority at the queen side at some point. So some sort of a a4, a5, maybe try to actually threaten to play bishop takes on a7, echoing Fischer's famous blunder against Spassky. But apart from that, I don't see what else I can do.
Yeah, no, I agree. It has to be with the pieces. And I do like your a4 idea, actually, because that makes a whole lot of sense. Because one way to advance, which I would not recommend, is to go c4. Because the knight is very nicely dominated there on e6. So c4 immediately just gives black access to the d4 square. So Wei Yi, he's comfortably a pawn up. It's been a dream start for him. And now he just has to find the right way to put pressure on the position. He's got plenty of time on the clock. The players there on move 20. And also we're expecting f3. I mean, what about g3? Could that be a move as well, you know, to try to dominate the knight one more time?
Yeah. I like it. I think that both of us, we can agree that you want to get the king somewhere closer to the action, because when it comes to the end games, king is a piece. It's not something you have to defend at all costs. So I want to get it closer. And one thing I think that white can always do in these positions is to trade one pair of rooks. I mean, this is at least what I'm usually telling to my students, is that if you want to make a progress, f4, by the way, Yomi, I stand corrected. I was so wrong. So this is not one of your bad suggestions. This is one of the genius suggestions, because when he gives you full approval and he says it's a great move. But anyway, what I was saying is that trading pair of rooks, I think it makes perfect sense. Let's say f4, f5, and I could get the king on e2, trade pair of rooks here, so that I could use the king to counter the one rook. Because when two rooks are together, then this king is always kind of in a danger, so you don't want to leave it alone. And with one king, you sort of better control the surrounding squares. So I think trade one rook, not both rooks, because if I trade both rooks, there's a very good chance that this game might be some sort of a fortress.
Yeah, I like this idea as well. f4, f5, you trade a set of rooks and just make those incremental gains. But Wei Yi, definitely with a pawn up, he is going to be the one pressing all the way. And Sam will have to really just use every ounce of his mind in order to save this one. Shall we go to our bird's eye view? 6 games remaining. We've seen 2 draws already, and maybe just take a look at the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Levon Aronian, because yeah, some changes have happened.
Quite a bit of changes, and you can see that who's even attacking who. Because it's Aronian who has positioned the bishop on the long diagonal, like we predicted. He's going to apply some pressure here. And Arjun has put the knight on g5, knight on h4. So there's like bishop on b8 stands here, applying some pressure here. Very unclear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very unclear, and it's Levon to move, and there's no immediate threat.
Yeah, if you can trust the evaluation bar, what is better? But I'm not sure. And he is having less time on the clock as well. 23 minutes, by the way, Yovi. So move 28, sharp position.
Is there any funny business? Because the knight on h4 is loose. And just wondering, is there any good knight jumps? Like, and I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I was looking at knight e4, but then this kind of invites d takes e4.
That's probably a bit too much, yeah.
Yeah. And then you can take.
And take, and the king is weak. So my point was, I was hoping that I'm going to be attacking, but so are you. Yeah. So from the black's perspective.
And is there anything else on the other knight jumps? Knight to h. Okay, here's knight to f1. There was a knight jump, but a very calm one.
All right. So this either forces black to sacrifice something or go to f5. Probably go to f5. I don't think that there's any realistic chance for an attack. I also love that the knight at f1 defends the pawn on h2. So in case black has some attacking ideas, this knight nicely covers everything. This is always something that amazed me, how the world-class players, they know exact moment where to play sharper, exact moment when to rearrange the pieces, regroup, and when to play positionally, when to play sharper. And Levon is definitely one of those players. Yeah, so he's hitting the knight, I suppose, knight f5. And maybe there's even bishop c1. I'm not sure I want to take on g5. Of course, I know I can do it, but I just want to keep the bishops.
Yeah.
Bishop c1, and then maybe make progress. Yeah.
Yep. I think we're going to be seeing a decision very quickly from Levon. He goes bishop to d2. Aha, a nice tempo move, right?
Ah, that's better.
Well, actually, I don't know if it is. Because suddenly the knight can go to e6. Well, okay, you do have bishop takes f5 in the air. So, I mean, I was thinking whether black can go on the counter, start targeting the vulnerabilities of d4.
Can I do something crazy?
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
No, it's crazy. I noticed there's some tricks with knight g3. What?
Why is it not working?
Why it doesn't work?
Queen takes knight, maybe. And you get 3 pieces for the queen.
3 pieces, yeah. I forgot to calculate the material. That's why. Okay. All right. Scratch that. We're commentators. We can suggest funny things.
Exactly. That's one of the packs of the job.
You said knight e6, Yavi. Yeah, that actually I think is more pragmatic choice. I mean,
yeah, but I wasn't sure. Bishop takes knight, and the pawn on a5 is hanging.
And also an h6.
Mm-hmm.
So black has some problems with the pawn on a5. The pawn on h6 is also a bit loose. So maybe he can play bishop c7 or a4. I think bishop c7 looks very...
Yes. Keep it stable. Bishop c7.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. So bishop c7. Keep it stable. Keep it solid. Maybe king h7 is the next move.
Mm-hmm.
Improve the position a bit. So what does Levon want? He wants to get... I mean, he already has it. He has the bishop pair. But he wants to clarify the situation a bit. How does he do that? Trade off pieces? Does that make sense? Can I trade off pieces? Like I'm going for some endgame. Let's say takes, rook e1. Can I do this? So the point being, the more pieces disappear, the better chances I have to utilize my bishop power. Maybe play some g3, king g2, knight e3. Let's say black is completely ridiculous and he does nothing, which of course will never happen. I want to get like this, something like this. I have 2 bishops. I have the bishop on b1, looking at a pawn on h6, maybe some f4 or h4 idea. Maybe bishop d2, apply some pressure against the pawn on h6. And funnily, even after I wasted like 5-10 pieces, even this position is equal.
So yeah, but the thing is, though, the d4 pawn is always sensitive, right? So you can always go queen to f6 and go on the counter against the knight to e6, or even drop the knight back to f7, if it gets too hairy. And there's always going to be that pressure. It's very annoying against d4 to balance out any activity that white gets.
That's a very fair point.
But
I agree. But what else? What else?
Well, this is the thing, also, can white burn the bridges? And I'm very reluctant to even suggest this, but because we're commentators, we can. So I was thinking, can you kind of go h4? Like, how ridiculous is a move like that? h4, g4, grab on h6, and the answer is very ridiculous. Okay, now maybe you're...
Again, I'm looking at this knight e4, but I already got that. Yeah, so it's not working most likely. So knight e4, and now it works for some reason. I don't understand chess at all. Knight g3, queen g3, takes, and maybe because of your weakened pawn on h4, this becomes a thing. Like some queen f6 or something. Yeah, exactly like this, actually.
Yeah. So you can't go all maniac. So this is a very...
I mean, h4 is a move. I mean, it's a move, and you definitely have to see knight e4, knight g3. But what if I play... but then you just drop the pawn. Actually, it's very forcing. Oh my goodness, look at this, Yovi. Knight e6, then you can actually grab the pawn. Yes. Assuming the black cares about it. Oh my goodness, it's so complex. Yeah.
Yeah, and now this is the whole thing. Like, do you invite those complications just for the sake of a pawn? Because Arjun would literally be in his element here, like rook f7, rook h, rook h7 in the air, and he's got whole lot of dark squares to target. I actually prefer, because you're playing Arjun, I would actually prefer going for the full control. You know, just doing this whole plan of doing some swaps. At least, you know, it's minimum risk, and you can press for a long time. And again, try to make this position as dull as possible and hope that Arjun will want to liven things up.
Perhaps, but also on the other hand, Levon is enjoying himself too much in the tournament. Like we have seen situations where he needs to be solid. He just goes for the spicy combinations. He loves playing chess. He's in a great mood here. Like he has literally nothing to prove to nobody. So I don't know. Like I think that he could be seeing the move h4. It creates interesting complications, and he is one of the best calculators in the world. So why not? Why not throw the challenge to Arjun? And I could easily see this happening. Of course, bishop c7 is not a given. There could be something else, but I would not be surprised to see this h4, knight e4 stuff, 3 minor pieces for the queen. Exactly typical Aronian here versus Arjun.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a path that Levon can take, but with so much on the line, Artis, I suspect that the players will start to feel it and just take those safer choices. And talking about things to prove, there's one player who really needs to prove that he can win, and that is Frederick Svana. So if we go and to the board, the full board view, and okay, we'll jump straight to Frederick Svana. Now, Sindarov has come extremely well prepared. He has an advantage on the clock. The question is this a position that Frederick will be able to win?
Well, let's put it this way. It's not yet a dead draw. And maybe Engine says it's as balanced as it gets. And everything started with a really nice preparation. Frederick has his trumps. So he has an outside pass pawn at h-file. He has a beautiful blockade on d4. He has potentially a good knight against the bad bishop. I'm not really sure if the bishop on d7 qualifies as a bad bishop. But there are some imbalances. And this is the type of position that you can play for a long time. And this already is a good news because, for example, I remember the tiebreaks of MVL against Grabnev. Yeah, the second game when MVL tried this rear line in the Petrov and the game was killed immediately. Like it's a dead draw and there's nothing you can do. You repeat the position, otherwise you lose. So this is how Maxim busted out. So this position again is equalish, but there are options to keep playing. And if White is going to march with this H pawn forward, like I don't know how he's planning to do that, Joey. Like some scenario to get the rook behind the pawn and push it forward, everything could be possible.
Mm-hmm. And also, there's no real path of improvement. I mean, what you'd love to do is like rook f2 and get some kind of bind going on, but rook f2 doesn't even threaten anything. I just wanted to point out. Because, say, for instance, you went make a random move, but the whole point is that the rook takes f6 is going to be met with king to e5, and there's going to be a joint attack. And Black's plan is just to go a5, gain as much space on the queen side as possible. You're just setting yourself up just in case there's a race. It's always good to have far advanced pawns. And, you know, if king to f4, instead of rook to f2 or whatever, then the rook is going to come into h4.
Yeah, you can always repeat the position. Exactly. So play rook h4, king g3, go back and say it's your turn. So this is giving you like no progress.
And if h4, you've conceded the g4 square. So it's yes, it's a position to play on, but you actually have to try to find a way to put Black under some pressure.
That's a fair point. I think it's got to be some kind of h4, or maybe relocate the knight so that it helps
Mhm.
the H pawn to go forward. I don't know what's the
Okay.
ideal square. Like it already stands on ideal square. Maybe put the knight on f4 so that you can play, so that you apply some pressure here. Maybe some king f3, g4, h4, h5 if you get that. I don't know. I mean, naturally everything looks quite drawish because visually black has done nothing wrong, and I'm pretty sure that Frederick knows that there's no advantage to him. But it doesn't mean the position is not playable. Rook d3. Okay, so what does he want? Does he want to play a3?
Maybe,
What does he
maybe.
want?
Maybe it's also just killing time.
Maybe he wants to play king f2, g4, protect the pawn on h3.
Mhm.
Is this what he wants? Or
Yeah,
king f4?
but it's also
sorry.
keeping things.
King
But
f4.
he's
G4.
also keeping things flexible. Yeah, king f4, I like, at least get ready to go g4 and just come in. So a5, king f4.
Wow, that's pretty deep.
Very good.
This is pretty deep because now this gives some chances because there's rooking games you can explore, and they're very tricky. There's the king g3, h4, h5 ideas you can explore. So Frederick has found something, which is, of course, I'm not surprised. Rook d3, I like this move. But here the question is, what do you do after king e5 if I start to shoulder you? Maybe I push you back. You could have played king e4
Yeah.
because you dropped the pawn on b4. And here, now I get the king on f4, and we can go back to the same position. And if this king is getting here, I might play some b3. So just to make sure it's not getting anywhere, put the knight on d4, g4. Maybe I'm not very accurate, but you get the point. Like, I think it's a nice idea.
Yes. I think it's definitely a nice idea. Rook to d3, very clever move as well, because we were struggling for a plan of improvement. And yeah, Frederick showing us the way. King f4, g4, at least get your pass pawns motoring. And for Sindarov, I mean, I wasn't that convinced by king e5, even though that looked quite tempting at first sight, because I liked your knight to f3 business. Is there anything with going bishop to b5? Or is that too much? So my plan is after knight takes bishop, you might ask, why am I doubling black's pawns? Well, the point is that the a pawn is going to be super weak at the end of it. And black still has... And now here you can go king c5 and get motoring with the d pawn.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure whether to go d4 or to, stop white a little bit and go rook somewhere, either h6 or f8.
You could be right. But I'm not sure that Javok here wants to do this. Like, this rook king game looks not trivial draw. Like, that's what it looks like. Maybe king f4. King f4, g4, or try to promote h pawn. The king is going nowhere. Like, maybe I can win a pawn, but I can just sack it. For example, rook h8.
Yeah.
I could play g4, rook a2, b3. I'm dominating the king. Probably it's drawish, but it feels like it's actually more complicated rook king game than I would want to get from black. So if I'm not sure about this, I think I would keep the bishop on b7. What's wrong with the idea to play a5, f4?
There was nothing wrong. It was just I panicked and I thought the plan of going king f4 was very strong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. a4, g4. Is there even a progress for white?
Well, then is...
Maybe this.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I
what about now?
Pawn on g4, yeah, where's the progress? Where is the progress? Is it knight f5?
Yes, knight f5.
Yeah, threatened to go some rook in game.
But then you step up with the king, right? Because I'm not... Again, the king and the rook and pawn endgame, I'm really not that comfortable with. And then this kind of situation, okay, at least you have a line. But
Yeah. I'm
I
sorry. Yeah.
still think that it's going to be very complicated regardless, because
I'm just trying to figure out what happens even in these rook games, like rook d2. Everything apparently is a dead draw for Stockfish, but I don't know. I think we can, both of us, we can agree. There's a lot to play. There's a lot to play here, and everything is still possible for the German.
Exactly, a big margin of error there. And rook to d3, very classy move there. Also, might be the kind of move that induces Sindarov to actually panic and try to take radical measures, because rook to d4, you can see on the horizon king f4, g4 is coming, and they're thinking, oh my goodness, I cannot just wait here and wait for white to control the nature of the game. And so that's why you may very well see black just lash out. Sindarov taking some time to think. He has plenty of time in the bank as they are getting close to the 40 move mark. They're on move 36. And lots of times to consider. He can go a5, he can go rook check, can do whatever, but white's plan is pretty clear. King to f4, g4. Try to utilize the passed h-pawn. And basically, we've come to the conclusion, very complicated, but Frederick does have winning chances.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he does. So the game still continues. We probably should select another game. What do you think, Yogi? What catches your eye from the overview?
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at another rook and pawn endgame. You know, they say all rook and pawn endgames are drawn, and I am looking at the one that is there on our middle left between Liemle and Alexander Donchenko. Because I must admit, I had kind of thought that this game would just completely fizzle out. But Liemle is determined to try his hand here. And is it Liemle who is trying, or have I got it wrong? Is it Alexander Donchenko? One never knows. Because I guess, black can go king e6, king d6, and then actually it is black who has some very favorable pawn structures.
Black has just an extra pawn, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
There's an extra pawn on e4. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe we can backtrack a bit and try to understand what happened. And very quickly, without any deep analysis, I just will go to the position where we left it. Rook d1, rook d2. This is what we discussed. There you go, h5. I think, Yoa, you were recommending f5. I'm sorry, I think it was g5, h6, f5, f4, but this is very much in the same spirit. Trade, queen c1, rook c2, king g2. Okay, that's a bit odd. Way to lose a pawn and gain nothing in return. So I don't know what happened here with Lemle. Like, he gave up the pawn, but I don't think that... Is he the one who is ambitious here? I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Like, white can never take with a7. I'm going to collect the pawn on b3. So as you said, you have a king e6, king d6 is a move. c5, c4, c3 is also a move.
Exactly. I guess he's kind of hoping. Well, actually, how is this? Like, rook takes. So white has just played a5. Okay, so king to e6. I feel like that has to be the move. Just because you want to be like meeting any rook to c7s with king to d6. How? Okay, here in comes the king. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah. King e6 is a move. King d6. But again, you don't want to really walk with the king too far and forget about the pawn on g6.
So rook takes a7?
Yeah, it could be like this. Takes and takes. Look at this. Yeah, that's why I said. Suddenly black is better. The pawn is a pawn. And here. maybe I could even keep the position alive a bit, not allow you to trade the A pawn for the C pawn, which probably is a draw. Of course, black can still play this, but I could play like this and just keep the rook imprisoned. And just like that, black is winning. Okay, this is, of course, something which is not going to happen in the game, but rook A7 already is not a move. So what else do you do? Maybe A6? King D6?
Yep, king to D6.
I want to go here, I suppose. And now play B4. So C5 is with a check.
Mm-hmm. And now comes the... Yeah, at some point, black has to pass. So if you go rook to B1, maybe we try that one. Rook B1,
Yeah, that
that's
makes sense.
white king.
And if you take it again, you see black is better. So white cannot really take it. So he has to like do nothing.
And how does black do nothing as well? That's the next issue.
Can I do this? Another once with a king?
Yes. Okay, then let's go for it. Rook takes A7.
Winning the pawn on G6, yeah.
And then go rook G7.
Okay,
Rook
white
takes
is definitely
pawn.
not risking here, yeah. Okay, this is pretty clear.
Still messy though, but I feel like white is not in too much trouble. So probably just a draw then. Just if white waits. As long as white doesn't take the pawn on A7, then everything is going to be too fixed for black to actually make any form of improvement. So is there any way we could be a bit more accurate? So I liked your beef. Yeah, I think I liked A6. A6 is a very nice move to stop black from going A6.
Rook
And then
B1
you
also
cut
makes
it
perfect
off.
sense. I mean, maybe what you can do, you can start with C5.
Yeah.
Not allow the pawn to go forward. Because this king is, I don't think, going anywhere. Now C4 is B takes on C4. You could do that. And white's just going to claim that I'm stunning and doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. But now the king can start approaching, right?
Maybe I can play like this. I mean, black is definitely the one who's asking some questions. So that's why I wonder what happened to Limle. I think he miscalculated something. This entire sequence, it was so weird. Like, I'm going to go back to this moment. Like, it was completely level. So he traded. Clearly, like, he's the one who is ambitious here. Queen C1, Rook C2. And he can just take the pawn on C6 and just make a draw. King G2 and A4. I find this very difficult to explain. Like, he just gave the pawn, and now he needs to be very accurate.
Yeah, well, he's moving in the right direction though, because A6 was the move played. I think this is very precise. It just simply prevents black from also going A6. And for Danchenko, he has to find a good way to wait. So we look to C5. This allows the white king to start waiting on F1. And we also looked at king to D6, and then also white will be meeting that with B4 again, just saying that no progress can be made. And you're right there, Artis. It's a bit strange that Liam Le just gave up a pawn like that. Perhaps it was, again, the situation of the nerves, just tiredness, one careless slip up. But as it stands, it's not too critical. Shall we move away from this game and see what is happening elsewhere? I'm trying to look for the time trouble.
Yeah, it's a very interesting endgame. Like, I've always been very fascinated about endgames, but yeah. Let's select something else. What do you see?
By the way, if we cast our eyes on the game between Frederick Svana and Javokir Sindarov, we can see Sindarov playing very aggressively. I mean, we thought that this wasn't possible. In fact, we looked at this position and we said, well, you know, simply that black cannot play this because rook takes either d5 or rook takes b5 is going to be happening. Now, could Frederick now really have some possibility to win this one? Because you can simply go rook takes d5.
Yeah, so the pawn can be taken, but I think that here Javokir said the idea is to play rook g8 and king f2 to play for some domination. Maybe we can put it on the analysis screen. Wait, rook takes on d5 is also move. Sorry. Like, Yavi, I was so focused on the pawn on b4 that I didn't even notice the pawn on d5 is under attack. I thought that was the entire purpose, to give the check on d4 to collect the pawn on b4. But you're right. Let's check this. So takes, probably a check, and bishop c6. This must be the idea.
Now, rook f5. Doesn't that keep everything nicely together?
Fair point. So king f2
He's taking
walks
on
under the
d5.
third check. He does. Okay, so let's go to the live position. Rook takes on d5. Check has to be done. King h2 seems to be... Okay, king h4 also is a move, but this kind of seems more natural.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop, I think you have to apply some pressure here. And rook f5. Is there some domination move like rook g6 and bishop e4? I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's rook g6. Okay, you can go knight to h4 just to get out of that one.
No, but this definitely gives Svane some hope. Like here. Oh, I'm blundering some fork. Yeah, some fork at f5.
Yeah.
Rook 3 knight f5. Yeah, something
You can
like
go
this.
rook c5.
Rook c5. That's nice. And because of the fork, yeah, white is winning in the endgame. So knight h4. How is this even a draw according to an engine? I don't understand it. Because now the pawn is gone. You're gonna take it. And that's we might see. I'm gonna cheat a bit. You know, I'm gonna check the Silicon Beast. So what does it say? It says rook g8 check, king h2, bishop c6, rook f5. It's exactly this line. Rook g6, knight h4. Oh, bishop e4. Oh my goodness. It would have taken me like an hour.
Wow. But knight takes rook.
Then you dominate the queen side. Like these pawns are falling most likely. It's getting very, very...
Oh, this is getting shaky because the black king is so active. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Very smart thinking there from Javokir.
And like this is the top choice of the engine. And the line continues. But no, I mean, this is... I mean, show this position to Svane like half an hour ago. And right now, he'll take this position. Like there's some chances. There's two corrected pass pawns. And okay, black is like very active, but there's some chances. Like rook b6. And okay, here, some engine line, the rook h5. I'm not sure that makes any sense. And somehow black draws. Of course, black is drawing in every single position. But I feel like Javokir is complicating things a bit too much. Maybe you're right. Maybe he panicked.
Yeah, no, it was because you could feel that impending sense of doom, right? With rook to d3. Because you can say, oh no, white's going to go king f4, g4, and oh my goodness me, I'm going to suffer. So why do I need to suffer for 60 moves? Instead, let's see what we can do to break out and get active. And yeah, it's still very, very messy. Frederick will have to, will definitely have to play accurately.
Sorry to interrupt you, Yovi. There's apparently something major going on in the game of Aronian against Arjun Gaisi, so we can go there immediately. Apparently, Aronian just made a pretty big mistake, and Gaisi just missed it. So this is the current position after the miss, and apparently here in this position, Aronian had played queen f1, missing a beautiful bishop takes on h2. The point is bishop takes on h2, king takes on h2. There's rook takes on e3, rook e3, queen f4, and thank you for the game and goodbye. So here Aronian was this close of getting eliminated, and now it's not. And now the game continues. Both of them, they missed it.
But wait 1 second, though. It's still in the air. It's still in the air, right? So if you... if, for instance, you see bishop c2, bishop takes h2, let's not write this one out just yet, because it's all still possible. So it's a 3-move tactic, absolutely, but it's only easy if you see it. And I'm sure if the players had this in a tactics book, they would spot it in an instant. Yeah. And instead, what Arjun has been thinking, he's just been thinking, okay, I'm going to pile up on the E line. Let's just simply build, which is a very good philosophy. But bishop takes h2. Loose pieces, they do drop off. Rook takes bishop being a big tactical weakness. Okay, and after rook to e6, the question though is, will Levon see it? He hasn't spotted it.
This really reminds me, of course he can still miss it, but I think at this caliber, the players, they're not going to miss the same mistake again. But this really reminds me a very famous example. Like I remember when Magnus was playing one of his World Championship matches against Vishy Anand, this famous Game 6. The only thing I don't remember was the first game of the World Championship, the first World Championship or the second World Championship, because they played 2 World Championship matches. And Game 6, where they played the Sicilian Khan game, where Magnus had to play, it was either King E1 or King E2. So there was like a quiet king move. And apparently one of them was giving Magnus a large advantage. The other one was like a 3-mover. So the point is, why I'm saying this is Anand missed it. Like he spent 30 seconds or so on the move and he missed it. He didn't find it. And Magnus then collapsed on the board, like physically showing that he knows there was a blunder. And sometimes it's very difficult to spot things that are not there before. So that's why here, for example, in this position, Arjun is not even thinking about bishop takes on h2 and rook e3, because this idea is not existent right here, right? So Aronian plays queen f1. This move doesn't have the double question mark move written on the score sheet. So he doesn't see that. He sees white wants to rearrange the pieces. And to insert yourself in this position to understand that now suddenly there's a tactical vision, so many players, even the best players in the world, they have simply missed it. For example, this aforementioned example, Vishy Anand missed it. Now Arjun guys have missed it. It just once again confirms that the best players in the world, they're just human beings.
Absolutely. And both players actually not burning the time on the clocks in order to make those moves. Queen to f1 played relatively quickly, so is rook to e6 as well. And it's exactly like you say, tactics are only easy if you spot them. And we are helped massively by the fact that the evaluation bar goes up and it goes down, and then you're like, oh, okay, there's something in here. And then you're looking at the checks, the captures, the threats. And it's still a great position, though, for Arjun. He has a nice plan of just tripling on the E line. And the big question, though, is will Levon spot the tactic? Because it's still very much in the air. You think so? You think he's going to see it? You think he's going to go bishop f2 or whatever? Just get that bishop away from trouble.
I don't think that especially considering that they've been sitting there for already quite some time, they got to see this already. And I think for Aronian, this is also good news, because it means that he was this close to being eliminated, and now the game actually continues. So I think he needs to bail out. Like, the game is not going in his direction. He has 2 bishops, but the weakness on d4, the weakness on the pawn on h2, also the fact that he just possibly could have lost the game, he needs to find a way to, just as I was about to say, take on g5, he plays bishop g1. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a one-time offer has now been rescinded. Bishop to g1, make sure that there's no bishop takes h2 in the tables. But having said that, Arjun has a very nice position on his hands. He can triple on the e-line. He's going to look to take control. The bishop on b1, yes, it's looking at g6, but it's not particularly weak. So everything is relatively rock solid. And rook to e8. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. I don't think Arjun has even seen the fact that he missed bishop takes h2.
Maybe he saw it, maybe not. Maybe it's for his best, actually, not to know it. You know, very often, I'm sure, Yovi, you can relate to this. We spot things as soon as we make them. Like, you make the move, and then it's like a thunderbolt from the skies. Immediately you see everything. And I've been in this situation so many times, and I know many players who've been in this situation many times. Like, you spend there a lot of time, you calculate things, you're like making yourself absolutely sure you see everything. And as soon as you make the move, bam, like everything is totally clear.
Yeah.
Why is this happening? I don't know, but everybody experiences the same.
Yeah, no, I get it as well, because sometimes my brain goes, I'm just saying to myself, why could you have not worked 1 second earlier? Like, why do you have to kind of spot these things as soon as I press the clock? Why? And it's like, man, it's not fair. Okay, well, rook takes rook being played on the boards. Queen takes rook is a possibility. You can also step up and take with the rook. It just depends on the mindset. It depends on whether Arjun is feeling ambitious. Rook takes rook. He's just simply getting ready to line up on the E-line. And Levon, well, he is breathing a sigh of relief.
I just want to show you a small trick. Yeah.
Still
so
some
this is
technical
something.
issues.
I think he's setting up a trap. I'm pretty sure Aronian's gonna see it immediately. But the point is, rook e6 is directly against rook e1. You cannot play rook e1 because of the Q trick. And if you don't play rook e1, I'm just gonna double the heavy pieces at the e-file. So Aronian is being pressed seriously, both on the position and on the clock. So he has to find a way to survive. And maybe the way he can try to do it, Yovi, is to try to trade off the heavy pieces somehow, get them away, and then if necessary, give up the Daxwa bishop for the knight, allow black to win the pawn on d4, but escape in some sort of an endgame where black has two extra pawns. We have, one extra pawn, but they're two connected passed pawns on the queen side. We have obstacle of bishops, and white claims some sort of a fortress. Maybe it's a bit too early to tell, but it's pretty clear that Aronian here is on the defensive.
Yeah, definitely on the defensive. Will have to play precisely if he wants to hold the balance. Let's go to our full board view, because we have 6 games ongoing, and there's been clarifications in the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Jose Martinez. When we last looked at it, the queens were on the board, and Harikrishna was finding some very nice moves in order to apply pressure to Jose. But it does look like everything has been nicely resolved there for Jose.
There's still a bit some pressure. Like these pawns on b6 and c6, they're under attack, but every single move here will probably lead to some liquidation. Can I play bishop b3? Bishop b3 to protect the pawn. I think this pawn is important to keep alive. And then maybe black would play c5, get rid of the weakness. If you take it here and you play like, where do you put the knight? It's not very clear. Knight e3, c4, rook takes an a4, and let's just see each other in the tiebreaks, most likely. Yeah. So okay, I mean, technically maybe white can still try to do something here, but it doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah. Okay, so that was pretty forcing. So that was bishop to b3. That simply invites c5 and mass liquidation. So
actually, there's something going on here. I wonder, what is it?
Well, it does feel like there's some kind of issues with a rook coming to the 8th rank. Maybe now, knight a2.
Yeah, so the point is after c4, I can keep the pawn alive.
Uh-huh.
Outside pass pawn, after all.
It is. It is going to be actually very pleasant for white with that outside pass pawn. Okay, so let's go back. So what you bishop to b3. And
yeah,
there's a few moves though. You can go. Can you go knight to d5? No, knight to d5 is going to be knight takes c6. This is your big idea. What else is there?
b5 is also a move. Yeah, c5 is a move. b5 is a move.
b5. Let's try that one.
I assume that knight takes on c6, b takes on a4 gives nothing because there's a3. Very important.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, even this position is playable. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a dead draw, but and if I take it, what is this position?
Yeah.
Black is also pretty active. Knight is coming in.
Yeah.
Actually, I like b5 more. The more I look at it, I think this d pawn can be contained. And the a pawn, like in this position, it was pretty dangerous to give white the a pawn, like c5, takes. I mean, of course I knew it, but I thought I'm going to liquidate with the c4. But I missed knight a2 far. And this knight a2, it probably changes things.
Yeah, and is there any way to mobilize the knights? You know, just get into the position, because how to do it? Yeah, I'm thinking that an e8 knight needs to get into the game.
You mean in this position?
Knight to, yeah, just in this position, like just say, okay, well, trying to make use of the fact that white's pieces are pretty clumsy. And now rook to
rook b8.
Yeah.
Leave the pawn untested. I'm not sure. No, I think there's some chances for white. Like, okay, objectively, black has done nothing wrong and he should be still okay. But this move b5, it feels more concrete. Bishop b3, b5. The pawn on d5 is close to the king. So why risk things? And maybe Hikari sees this, and that's why he's not playing bishop b3. Probably he sees this, and instead he's thinking, what else I can do? Maybe knight takes on c6, this position, rook a4, and how does it differ? Yeah, like maybe takes, and do I have any chances here? Maybe
Oh, hang on a second. Appears that there was a draw offer, as we now have a handshake, and that means we are all square between the two. We'll be seeing them in tie breaks. We're going to step aside for a moment, just for a short break, but more action coming up right after this.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We are back with the action of Game 2 of Round 5 of the FIDE World Cup, and we said it was going to be a short break. In fact, we cut it even shorter because the drama is aplenty here in Round 2, and there's so much at stake. We've got to dive in, and first up, it's going to be Arjun, Eric Icy, Levon Aronian. Let's go straight there. When we left it, well, Arjun, he missed a golden opportunity to win material, but it looks like things are turning around for him anyhow as he starts inching up the board.
Yeah, and his advantage is getting bigger by the minute because he's just dominating Aronian with the black color, which is something you do not see any day. And the point is that for White, it's quite difficult to make the next move because Black is thinking about ideas like h4, h3 to exploit the weakness on f3. And if you play like rook e1 here, you need to watch out for some tricks, like what happens after... No, apparently there was something else. I was so focused on knight x on f3. Let me check what it was. Rook e1. Is it knight h3? Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight h3.
Knight h3, beautiful.
Same idea.
Yeah.
Rook takes on e1. I mean, you're going to take it. Rook takes on e1, queen f3. You're going to do that. And if knight h3 works, then this is lights out because queen f1, you play knight x on g1, and how do you think?
He's played it. He's played it, Artus. He's played it, and it's a big mistake. Knight h3. Oh my god. Look, there's no hesitation from Arjun. He spotted it. He
immediately, and Aronian knows. He already knows at this moment. Yeah, he knows he messed up. Like, as soon as he saw Arjun raising the move, that's the moment when the lightning strikes. You know you're done. That's it. Knight h3. What a move for Arjun Erigaisi to knock out a two-time World Cup winner.
Yeah, he's going for that piece. Oh boy.
Boom.
Yes, it is. Oh boy, as Greg Shahade. Big shout out to Greg saying there in chat, knight h3, of course it lands, and double exclam. This is the problem. You can't take that knight because a rook takes rook, and there's going to be checkmate with the queen on f3. And if you move the queen away, well, there's going to be another idea. There's going to be problems on h2. And just like that, it all goes wrong for Levon Aronian, and he's now on the brink of elimination.
I mean, he missed it twice in one game, so he must be like, I mean, okay, obviously he's very unhappy, but he's like smiling at himself, always being the very positive player. Was like, how on earth did I miss a tactical shot twice within the 5-7 moves? Yeah, so he missed already the shot. Oh, bishop takes on h2 before. I'm pretty sure he saw it. And now he misses it again. It's just something was off today with Levon's play, or maybe we're just not giving enough credit to Arjun, because Arjun was the one who played a brilliant game, very deep preparation, managed to pose a lot of problems, and this is usually where very good players crack under a lot of pressure. Knight h3, and that's it.
Yep, knight h3, and the sensitive point was always going to be h2, and sure enough, it is again. And It is also great news for Nordibek Yakuboev, who chose a very sharp opening, came out swinging, and he's now reaping the rewards. He's on the cusp of winning, and that win will mean it's straight to the quarterfinals. And for Levon, it has been a brilliant road so far. You know, he's entertained us all with some fantastic games, but it's going to come to an end because once the queen moves, what's going to be happening is knight takes g1 is going to be checkmating threats on h2, and that is unavoidable.
Yeah, there's just no way to continue here. I think he's just waiting for Arjun to come back at the board so that he can resign. First, you have to accept what just happened. Like, this is the total moment of disbelief, total disbelief happening here. And you're just, okay, fine. I missed it, I blundered. Life continues, obviously. So for Aronian, it's been a remarkable tournament, but unfortunately for him and all of his fans, it ends. And there you go. He resigns and smiles and says, nice trick, of course. How on earth did I miss the move for a second time within such a short time frame? What a game by Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, what a game. And to win with the black pieces against such a great grandmaster such as Levon Aronian is mightily impressive. But we say goodbye to Levon Aronian, and for Arjun Erigaisi, he goes one step closer, straight to the quarterfinals, but one step closer to those coveted candidate spots. And for Nordibek Yakuboev, he's got the white pieces, and it's just a question. He has a supreme position. It's just a question whether he can escape the checks. And no, the answer was no. And it was a win for Nordibek. And that means we're seeing him in the quarterfinals as well. What a great game.
It's amazing that these two games basically finished within 30 seconds of each other. And in the final position, why the resignation happened, I think, is that White simply inevitably creates a very strong pass pawn. So if I may, very quickly, I will show the analysis board why the resignation happened. Here, after queen c5, it seems there's a material balance on the board. But after queen takes, bishop takes, I think this is the big idea. h5, h6, or maybe even fix the pawn on h6 and then play a bishop f8. The pawn on b3 is going nowhere. The knight on c6 does nothing. So here, White's two bishops at the end of the day prevailed. Yeah, this is why usually at highest level people resign in a position where is equal material on the board, but everything depends on the piece activity.
Yep. Fantastic, though. Really piling on the pressure from almost move one. He knew what he wanted, and he wanted that sharp game to unsettle Sargsyan. And that's exactly what he got, which means we have 3 games remaining. And I gotta take us to the game between Liemle against Alexander Donchenko, because there it looked like Alexander was on the verge of winning this rook and pawn endgame. But it seems in time trouble, Donchenko didn't find the most accurate path, and Liemle may be able to survive this one.
All right, so this is the current position. Like I already said, rook king games are really tricky, and Donchenko is still the one who is pushing for the win, and he might still do it. Liemle has a bit more time, 16 minutes on the clock. To be honest, how he found himself into this position, I find to be quite mysterious, because I thought that for him it was a risk-free position. But I would like to go back a bit and show you this moment, dear viewers, where apparently Liemle made a mistake and Donchenko missed some opportunities. And I think, Yowie, we're somewhere here. Right? This is the last time where we left it, and we're wondering, how does Black make progress?
Yeah, and Alexander actually showed a very interesting approach, which was basically just to utilize the pin and advance the c-pawn. And he does it right now. And his whole concept is, hey, if White ever goes b takes c4, well, then they're going to see a trade of rooks, and the a-pawn is going to be an absolute killer. It's going to win the day.
It's indeed. So White is not in time to play c6, one tempi short. So instead of this here, apparently b4 was a very big mistake. And now here, apparently black was winning. c3, king d1, and a very important check, rook d2. The only move. Like, I'm not even fully sure why is this move winning, because after king c1, it's king c6. What is even the idea? I'm not sure I follow. If takes, king b6, and this somehow wins. Okay. Like, I'm not even fully sure why this check is so necessary here. Maybe there's a bit more human line.
I think it's to do with Artis. It's to do with the fact that if the king is on d1, it can defend f2. Because what we're going to be seeing in the clarification, but this is super deep, is that if you drive the king to c1, the rook will always be able to take f2 on tap, whereas with the king on d1, a king can come over to e1 and hold the fort if necessary.
Right, and if I'm going to king e1, let's say rook d2 check, king e1, now the king is possibly cut off, like rook d5, c2, c1, and lose for white. So it was missed. He played king c6 immediately, so he didn't find this check, and now this is still within the balance to save the game for white.
Yeah, and there's so much at stake here for the players, and we've been saying that all along, but there's also a lot of emotions on the line for the players. And Arjun playing on home ground, he has so much support. And take a look at this, Artis. What a sight we see. And when Arjun leaves the playing hall to a win, look who is cheering him on.
Louder! Once more! Last one!
I mean, when have you ever seen chess fans like that? I mean, what amazing crowd that we have here, cheering for their players, just simply letting their favorite players such as Arjun know that they are truly and well supported. It's a new time in chess.
That was really amazing. I remember, so when I was still there, every single round, there were a bunch of kids, swarming the top Indian players. And as soon as Arjun would come, or Gukesh, now unfortunately Gukesh is eliminated, or Prague, there would be usually like 20 kids asking for autographs, and there was some extra security. Like when Gukesh was walking, there was like security chain all around him. Like I think there was like 4 men forming a chain so that nobody can get close to the world champion, so that he can safely get to the playing venue. It was at that level. So I'm very, very excited to see that chess fans are using this opportunity to see the chess players live, and for them it's experience of a lifetime.
It is certainly an experience of a lifetime, both for the players and also for the fans. But as we see the players, they are on a move 38, king to b6. For Liam Ney, he has to go all in. He has to go rook takes pawn. It's the only move to keep things alive for him.
Maybe I can show you the top.
I think he's going to lose.
Top engine line. Yeah, I can show you the top engine line. So takes, king takes on a6. Why I think that Donchenko didn't do this? Because he just didn't see the reason. Why would I need to give a check on d2 and collect the pawn on f2? Because if you play king e1, I'm going to give you a check and promote a pawn. So like his logic is very logical. And I don't think that Alexander treats himself like he has made a mistake. To him, everything is completely normal. So let's say rook c7 is again necessary. Rook takes on f2. Rook takes on c3, and king, probably something like b6. The line continues. Only move, by the way, rook c5, rook g2, rook e5, rook g3, and according to an engine, this is a draw. And like I find it quite hard to believe because it feels that white is just losing the entire king side. What I'm curious, Yovi, is where's the difference? So instead of this, if I would give this check from black instead of king c6, I'm curious. So rook d2 check, king goes here. Now I play king c6, rook a7, king b6, rook takes on e7. Where's the difference? King a6? And why is this position suddenly winning?
It's very, maybe checkmating ideas. Okay, rook c7, and this is where you were going.
Takes?
Rook takes.
But this is literally the same position.
Oh, no, but you have to go rook takes c3. Maybe in the other line, is there some rook c6 ideas? And then...
no, but in that position, the king was on d1.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I have very hard time to understand why this is suddenly winning. Yeah, so king b5, rook f3. Oh, sorry. Maybe it's this one tempi. Check. Here, rook c6. Okay, I'm not going to take too much time here, but, like, from a human's perspective, I just do not understand it. Yeah, where was that big difference? Why do you need to give the check and then play king c? Why with a king on c1 it's a draw, with a king on d1 it's winning? It's incredibly complex.
It's a bit mysterious, I agree. And I think it's one that you probably need to spend a lot of time, trying to figure out the nuances. Okay, so we're seeing that Donchenko playing the right moves. Let's go to the game between Wei Yi against Sam Sevian. For Wei Yi, he has been in the very pleasant situation that he has been up a pawn for a vast majority of the game. And now we're seeing with 2 pass pawns, all that's required is for him to simply anchor that bishop, keep it safe, and then he just needs to use the a pawn. That's why he goes c3. It's funny because bishops and knights, they actually improve in value if they are supported by a pawn. And the a pawn is basically just a decoy. It's there to tie up the energies of the knight and the king. And the white king is also going to join in the fray by just, as Arthur's indicating, going to inch up the board and start targeting the pawns on g6, h5, and f5.
Yeah, I think this is just easy technical win for Wei Yi. And Sam would love to trade those kingside pawns somehow, trade these 2 pawns here, and then maybe hope for some endgame, give the knight for the pawn, run to the corner, it's the wrong corner, as you can see, dark square bishop, the light square corner. But I don't think he can trade these pawns. The knight is too far away, the king is too far away, but you gotta give it a try. Maybe some 92 or 96 with some g5 ideas. Otherwise, white is just gonna march forward. The other idea I'm thinking, Yovi, is maybe shoulder the king. Like try not to allow the king to get to f4, like king e4, and just build some fortress. But I have a feeling it's not really going to hold. Let's say king f2. Sorry, black is the move. King e4, king f2. Let's say black does
Knight
something.
Knight b2, right? Or some kind
Knight
of...
b2, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, just to stop the a pawn getting to a4 and the other one getting to c4.
Yeah, I have a feeling black will be in some Zugzwang at some point. Like
also,
h3,
can you change your mind? Can you kind of go running with the king e2, and threatened to go one way?
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also looks perfectly reasonable. Help the a pawn to promote. This kind of makes sense. Maybe another idea that Sam could try to trade those pawns. Yeah, like knight, let's say knight e6, king f2, g5. But I think this is pretty easy to calculate. It just doesn't work. Yeah, you're just losing even more. So the best he can try is maybe use the king shouldering. But like you said, Yovi, this king march to the queen side probably wins for white.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the problem. White is going to be working the miracles on both sides of the board, and it's quite good, the king on d5 has to block out the entry to the king side. But at the same time, the white king is also going to be the hero. It's going to run over to the queen side and assist those two pawns in advancing, whereas the bishop's such a fantastic long-range piece, can keep an eye on the king side, can help in the task on the queen side. So Sam, unfortunately, fighting hard, but he just could not recover from that big blunder out of the opening.
Yeah, that's what happened, because I had a feeling at some point Jovi, he was doing pretty well. Like he had set up some pretty good position. I'm gonna go somewhere to the middle game. We missed some part of it, like somewhere here, and it was kind of holdable, like this knight to e6 against the bishop. But apparently, this knight takes into 4 was a mistake. And he must have missed something here. Yeah, and white just there we go. This is how white got to this endgame. So and now it's probably winning. So this last mistake that he did, actually he made 2 mistakes in a row. Rook d2 was the only move. Actually, it's a very logical move. Look at this. The position is about balanced. Rook d2, and it's such a natural move. I don't understand what he missed here. He must have miscalculated some.
I think he was thinking b4. b4, b5 is coming, and doesn't this look scary?
Knight f4. Apparently, this is okay. There's no mate. So he was like very, very close to equalize. Very, very close. A rook d7, 2 mistakes in a row, and that's it.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy when you have been groveling the whole game just to hold the nerve. And here we find ourselves in this situation. And for Sam, they're on move 38. So Sam, with just over 2 minutes on the clock, is thinking about the best path to hold this one. We suspect that the knight should perhaps try to simultaneously blockade both the c and the a pawn. Maybe we're going knight to b2, and then trying to hold firm with the king, king to e4, and try to block out the white king.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. But again, I don't think that the black knight will be able to hold those 2 fast pawns with a bishop. And also, bishop is a very infamous piece to break any blockades, meaning the knight can retreat to the to the same square after every even amount of moves. But the bishop has the unique ability to outmaneuver the knight. So knight b2, by the way, was played.
Yeah, that was what we expected. And for Wei Yi, it's just elementary. Now he has to introduce the king. Yes, of course, Sam comes in with his king, tries to prevent the white king from reaching f4.
Yeah, king e2. Looks very natural. I think this is also move 40. So no funny business here for Wei Yi. King e2 just to march with the king closer to the queen side. I don't think that Savian has time to collect the pawn on h4 and create 2 connected pass pawns.
No, and the thing is, he won't even get that far, because you can, if you want to be mean about it, you can go king to e2 and then go g3, and everything is covered. I mean,
You
yeah,
mean
can you
here?
go G3 now?
Even here, g3 is a move. Yeah. And even this is a move. g3 here takes, and put the bishop on f6, so that maybe not immediately, but at some point, so that black has no ideas here. And then just march with the king here.
Okay,
maybe
he just
there's
goes
some
king
hopes.
e2.
Yeah, king e2. So Wei Yi has safely made it to the next time control. He can get up, get some refreshment. For the players, by the way, there's a very nice refreshment hall. Some snacks, coffee, tea, also some TV screens to follow the games. And I believe at this moment, I didn't really check the schedule, Jovi, but they're running was it the World Corporate Championship? Yeah, I know that many teams arrived in the same playing venue. So it's not just the FIDE World Cup players. There's another side event going on, I suppose, to cheer them up a bit, because it could be like psychologically a bit lonely to play in a huge hall where there's only like 8 or 4 of you for days.
Yes, and does it get cold as well in the hall? Because this would often happen. I remember when I was playing in the Commonwealth, we'd start with hundreds and hundreds of people playing, and then by the end of it, there'll be 2 people just left, and this massive playing arena, and it would get very, very cold.
Indeed. Yeah. So, all right. So VE is winning. And Sam has to make another move. Shall we check something else? So we have all the games on the screen going on. How is
Let's maybe look in Frederick Svana against Javokir Sindarov.
All right. I think we discussed this position for a while, like not with the bishop on c8. But the bishop on c6, we left it after some complications. Yeah, rook takes on d5, not bishop c6, but bishop c8, by the way. And rook c5, check, only move king h2. White is up a pawn, but black is very active. So that's why Engine, as usual, said there's nothing to see here. We kind of disagree. I think there's a lot of play here.
There's a whole lot of play in this particular position. And for Frederick, he's been feeling very, very hopeful, because rook f5 in the air. Also, b4 is a touch sensitive. The only thing you have to worry about, like for instance, I'm just seeing that rook to c4 is something that white is thinking about. And if bishop to b7, okay, I know it's black to play because the king h2 moved. Yeah, okay, so now it doesn't work. But what I wanted to kind of highlight, so if you just kind of wasted a move for rook to, say, g7, then white has ideas of going rook to c4. And bishop b7, rook takes b4. You got some nice checking. Yeah.
Nice. That is nice. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think there's going to be rook g7 for black. It's very difficult to waste a move. So, yeah, bishop b7 is going to happen.
I know. Bishop b7 is going to happen. Rook f5 is going to be the response. You got to protect this knight.
But this is the line we looked at from a different angle after knight h4, bishop e4, right? That was the idea. So knight g6, bishop f5, the king and bishop, they're going to dominate the knight. Okay, that looks pretty normal. And if I walk away, rook h6 could be a check. That's a bit different. That's already a rook game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stockfish doesn't care. I don't know, like, it looks... maybe this is also the reason why Sindarov is not yet playing bishop b7. Yeah, so bishop b7, okay, I'm going to check the engine, whatever. Bishop b7, rook f8, actually, which I think is a bit passive move, but there's a very concrete move, bishop e4. Bishop e4, f5, f4, just play for some domination, maybe.
Okay, but you go h... Oh, no, you have to move the knight. So you have to move the knight to h4, because, as you mentioned, bishop e4 in the air, you don't want to be letting that go.
Yeah, knight e5, and the only move is king e4, which is perfectly understandable. g4, bishop c8.
Rook,
there's no
you
rook
have to go
h5.
rook f1.
Oh
yeah,
you can't. You dropped the knight.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
And now we do go to the endgame, and I guess because black is so active, he escapes. But even this position, like after king g3, f5, it still continues. Like, this could be very complex, even a minor piece endgame. But first, of course, Sindarov has to understand it. Like, I like the chess that he did, Yavi, play for activity. But even this endgame, it's not a trivial draw at all.
No. Do you also think that we might be seeing like Sindarov trying to defend actively as well. I'm just thinking bishop b7, bishop to e4, just going immediately, not caring about the f6 pawn, and just to kind of completely, maybe this is not the best way to orchestrate it, but I'm just thinking the rook will kind of swing over to c8 and c2, but okay, I think some level of this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Probably there's some problem with the pin. Yeah, like rook e6, knight g5. Oh wait, there's rook c2 and rook g2.
Mm-hmm.
I think that black doesn't want to give up the pawn on f6 for free. Like, it's possible, yeah, that he can do this. Like, but if he doesn't play bishop b7, what else he can do? Like,
there's also f5.
f5.
Mm-hmm. And try to go in that direction. But, you know, very interesting endgame here. And I suspect that Sindarov needs to really play actively to hold the balance. Well, we've had 2 decisive games, which means 2 people are into the quarterfinals. And one of them is Arjun Erigaisi. And our friend Rakesh is currently talking to Arjun Erigaisi as we speak. But to tide you over until then, we snuck our way into the general press conference. And let's hear what Arjun had to say about his game against Levon Aronian.
Hi Arjun, congratulations. Taurika from DG Sports. My question to you is, it was of course very mentally exhausting. You've been at it for a few days now. What does it feel like to finally win today? And what was that last move? Because we could see the North being so like surprised by it. If you could just elaborate on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a tough tournament and one win and it only gets tougher and tougher. So I'm just taking one match at a time. And about this game, yeah, knight h3, it was a cute trick. So like since a while when my queen was on f3, he couldn't go to e1 because I could take and take on f3. And my queen is protecting e7. So when I put my queen on f4, he thought he can go to e1 because take knight f3, that's queen e7. But knight h3 is really cute because if he takes, now the same thing works and there's no queen e7. And if he moves the queen, then bishop on g1 hangs and that's mate on h2.
Arjun,
it is definitely nice that chess has more and more fans now. It clearly shows that chess is growing and I hope it will continue to grow further and further.
What do you think about overall your play in this tournament and specifically this round? Are you happy the way you are playing?
Overall, I'm quite happy. Today, in the early middle game, there were some moments which I was not so happy with. But once after knight e3, he offered a draw, and after that, I think I played pretty well.
How do you describe today's game? It was not an easy game, so how do you describe what happened today?
It was a tense middle game. I was not able to understand if I was on the better side of equality or worse side of equality. But after he played knight e3 and offered it draw, it gave me some confidence to play for a win because I knew he was happy with it.
So is it surprising that you are the only player in that top 10 seeds to still be here?
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, but okay, World Cup is known for its upsets. So.
Thank you.
When Aronian played Queen F1, did you consider Bishop H2 at that time or what were you?
So when he played Queen F1, I hadn't seen that trick yet. And after I played Rook E6, Rook E2 was one of the moves that I was expecting. And now I saw Bishop H2. Starting with Rook E3 I think. Because Bishop H2 there's Bishop G5. And I couldn't make this work. But Rook E3, Bishop H2, it's like a positional exchange sacrifice. I was not sure if I should go for this or not. So if he played Rook E2, I was thinking I have this, but I wasn't sure if I'll go for it or not.
The part where you said, just want to revisit, you said he gave you the offer and you refused, and you said some reason for it, which you couldn't understand that.
So he went knight e3. Till then it was not clear like who is pressing, but after he played knight e3 and then I was like trying to evaluate things, and it felt like it should be equal, but the fact that he offered a draw means like he he's already not ambitious, so I thought I should use this to push at that point, but I thought it's very unlikely because this trick has been in the air since a while. But when he played it, I was really happy. For a second, I couldn't believe it, and I just made sure there's nothing that I was missing. And yeah, once I made sure that, I played it and I was very happy.
In the quarterfinal, you're going to face either Wei or Samuel Savian. Do you have any preference or previous history between them?
I think in a match format, I didn't play with any of them. Yeah, they both are very strong. Wei is of course 2750 plus, and Savian, in my opinion, is one of the underrated since a few years, I think. He's definitely 2700 plus strength, so yeah, any of them would be a tough pairing, and I'll try to be prepared for that.
Arjun there on his victory over Levon Aronian, and now it has a spot in the quarterfinals. But that's exactly what these 3 games ongoing, that's what they are fighting for. And one of the craziest rook and pawn endings we've seen has taken place between Liemle, Alexander Donchenko. The evaluation bar is having a field day. It's almost a little bit drunk with emotion, sometimes saying black is winning, sometimes saying, oh, no, it's all a draw again. We've got to break down the action of the last few moves.
Absolutely, Avi. So let's have a look what we have here. At the moment, Donchenko is the one who has an extra pawn in the rook endgame, but again, it's more complex than it seems. Already before I expressed my disbelief, for example, here, why rook d2 is necessary, why king c6 is a mistake, I quite did not figure it out. But finally, the things we missed here after king b6, rook c5 was the only move, rook e5 was the only move, and apparently here, king d2 had to be done. Like, it's a pretty amazing moment here, Yavi, because king e2 is losing, and king d2 apparently is a draw. So let's try to understand where's the difference. Why it's king d2? King d2, I suppose rook g4, you play king c3. And after rook takes on h4, you give a check. Mm-hmm. You collect the pawn on g6, and this feels like it's
Well, the king is actually protecting b4, whereas the king on e2, that's not going to be happening.
Yeah, so actually it looks very logical, yeah? You need to activate a king.
Yeah, but you're not thinking that way. You're just thinking, let's get the king closer to the action. Also, we are privy to the information that the evaluation bar is saying that this is a loss for white. So we instinctively know, okay, well, you can't do this. Whereas for Liem, he's just thinking, hey, a rook will come up to g4, and all I need to be on guard is that when the rook captures on h4, I'll be ready to capture the pawn on g6. And okay, a miss as well there from Donchenko, playing king to c6.
Yeah, so apparently king c6 is a mistake because white can go back to the same idea and play king d2. King d2, let's say you play rook g4, again there's king c3, and if you stand and do nothing, white stands does nothing. So once again, rook g4, king c3, if you play rook h3, there's a rook d6. So the king activity is very important here. What Donchenko should have done is to start with rook g4. And I thought that Lemlet probably thought it's the same, which is not the case because this is the current position. King f2, rook g4. And I think that white is in some zugzwang.
Yeah, could it be simply you can... Well, can you not go b5? That's also a question. No, you don't. No, actually, no. b5 you don't really want to be doing because you want to force the black king to work that little bit harder to win the b pawn. So then you'd go king b6, and then and if you wait, I think rook takes h4. Rook, and then then the king hasn't had to work so hard.
Yeah, but it's
And
all
rook
about the
to
king's
g5.
placement.
Yeah, but it's interesting because rook to g5, and you're thinking, well, where's the win?
Yeah, you give a check, and you play h4, h3.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
I think that's the win. That's the win. Yeah, it's very tricky. Like, and also Donchenko with plenty of time could not figure it out, and Limle could not figure it out. And this position, I think that Limle from afar thought that rook takes an h4. There's going to be rook e6 and rook g6, which could be the case, but white is the move.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you move? Let's say king e2. Again, takes. Check, takes.
And now you can flick in. I was wondering, is there any benefit to flicking in rook h2? Check. King
Maybe.
f1, rook.
Now rook h3.
Yes.
So perhaps the Vietnamese grandmaster just missed this idea of rook f3 and h4, h3, because he thought that black collects the pawn. I'm going to win either of those pawns. It's going to be a draw, so it doesn't really matter. So that's why he thought most likely that this endgame, there's no need to activate the king, that it should be holding here. And apparently that's not the case. And also you can see Donchenko missed the same. Yeah, so he should have started with rook g4, not king c6. But ultimately we arrived at the safe position.
There's also very, very deep, right? You know, just to anticipate that the white king needs to be out there on c3, and you should really abandon your king side. And also I was just thinking it might be quite simple for black to capture on h4. And one of the things is that the white king actually is super misplaced. You know, if you give a check on h2, the white king gets driven back to the back rank, and you almost feel like, okay, that king can now just march its way in. So the rook comes and gives a check. I'm expecting king has a choice. Can go king b6, can go king d6.
I think it's got to be
I think king d6. Judging from everything that we've seen.
Yeah, king b6 to keep the pawn at check. And now this entire sequence, Jovi, I don't think it works for white. Rook e5, you take on h4, rook e6, king b5, rook takes on g6, and this rook h3. I think this rook h3 is very important because king b4, that's the position that Limle wants. He wants this position. That if you play a 4, even though you have 2 passed pawns, it's just a draw because of the piece activity. Very instructive, by the way. And I think that he sees it. He sees it already by now, that instead of king b4, it's rook h3.
By the way, could you go rook h2 and try to do it that way? Or is there going to be king to g3? That's kind of... And then I think you're going to get a situation where rook f2, where the white king is very, very active.
This is what you want at f4. Yeah, but I can play king e4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And f3, I don't think these pawns, they're going to advance anywhere.
Yeah.
By the way, we saw a move.
Yeah, we did.
King d6.
We saw king to d6. Okay, so this one, again, also we thought was possible.
Now, it's got to be some rook a5, I suppose. Or maybe there's another idea to sacrifice the pawn on h4.
Yes, could you go rook to c1? And the idea is that rook takes h4, you go king g2, you're trying to lock the rook out of the game.
Oh, that's nice.
Doesn't work though, but
yeah, I'm going to try to break through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
but
if
then
I
you can
take
go
it,
rook g4.
Yeah, e3. Should be a win. But it's still, again, very tricky. I slightly don't like what Donchenko did, this king d6, but okay. If it works, it works. Yeah, like disconnecting the king from the pawn. I thought king b6 was the move. But what
Could
happens
you
here
go
after rook a5?
rook a5? Yeah. And can you do? Yeah, rook takes h4. Or what could you go?
No, Yovi, he's just marching to the pawn. Is he?
Do you have time? Because if
That's
you
a very good
go
question.
king e6, b5 coming.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, can you make it?
b5. Oh no! I have to stop. I have to stop the rook from going to the first and second row.
Yeah, your idea of king g2, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But still, your idea of f4.
Takes, b6, e3, b7, rook b4. No matter how you look, it's the same. I think that I think I understand what Donchik wants. So he wants to protect the pawn. He has figured it out that he needs to protect the pawn. If there's a lot of checks, he can hide it on h6, and he has calculated that the b pawn is going nowhere because he's going to take it. He's going to be in time to put the rook behind it, and if you try to imprison the rook, he has calculated there's got to be a 4. I don't think he would leave it to a chance, Yovi. So he has just found that this is the cleanest way. Like, maybe he saw king b6, but as long as he's sure that king d6 is working, like, he doesn't really need to look into anything else.
No, he certainly doesn't need to look into anything else, but very nicely played there from Donchenko, as he's really on the cusp of going to quarterfinals. He just has to put those finishing touches over on that. And going back to our bird's eye view, let's just quickly check in on what's happening, and we'll just remain on this one, Altis. But for Frederick Svana, Yevokir Sindarov, Frederick Svana getting in g2, g4, that's something good, right?
Yeah. And he would love to play king g3, I suppose. And that's why Sindarov most likely is going to block him. Do you think we want to check the game a bit closer?
Not just yet. Let's just do a quick status update on these two. And okay, well, we'll see that Frederick is still pushing. He's gonna get his king over to g3, whereas for Wei Yi, it's just a question of timing. You know, whether he can run over to just chase that knight away from b2 whilst holding absolutely everything under control on the king side. Looking like he's doing a great job there, almost on the way to getting that win. But earlier on, we did tease that our very own international master Rakesh Kulkarni was recording an exclusive interview with one of our newly minted quarterfinalists, Arjun Erigaisi. And now we've got it. So as we go to this short break, make sure you've subscribed to our Twitch channel. Not only will you get access to this exclusive interview, but you'll also get an ad-free experience on both Twitch and chess.com. So it's a win-win situation in my eyes. We're going to be right back in just a few with our final 3 games. So let's hear what Arjun has to say.
Chess.com Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi won a beautiful game with the black pieces. Tell us more.
Yeah, it was a tough middle game. Like, it was very tough to evaluate. Like, when he played bishop e2 and this bishop takes f3, this thing happened. I thought I should be the one slightly better, but later on I made some moves which I was not sure about. Like queen d7 or c7 I was choosing, and then I regretted playing it on d7. And also h6 I thought was a bit unnecessary. But and then this bishop e2, bishop d3, he did this nice manual. After f3, knight h7, I started feeling better. Not that I was better, but about the game, how it was going. And it was still very weird position, tough to evaluate. And only after I got after the knights got traded, it was still equal, but I was confident at that point.
And he offered a draw after 93. Tell us, like, how did the psychology change after that?
Yeah, like I said, I was not sure how to evaluate it, and after he played it, I spent quite some time, and I felt it should be roughly about equal, but the fact that he was ready to settle for a draw, I thought I'll try to use it in my favor.
You are in the quarterfinals of the World Cup, playing on Indian soil. How are you feeling about the fans and so many people asking your autograph and photograph?
Yeah, firstly, World Cup is one of the very tough events in chess, and I'm happy that it came to India this time. And firstly, there are benefits that I don't have to travel too long, and also
no visas.
yeah, and the food is great and all this. But and it's also apart from all this, it's also very nice that there are so many fans. I think apart from India, I can think of very few countries where there are so many people coming for chess players, and it's very nice.
And speaking of food, what's your favorite food or cuisine? Are you getting it here?
I'm not sticking to anything particular. We're just ordering.
And one favorite dish, if I may ask.
During this tournament, I'm just not. It's just comfort food because it feels like home food, Indian cuisine. Those are maybe.
And lastly, Sam Sevin and Wei are still playing. You have some history or played some games with any of them?
In match format, very few. Okay, I played with Wei in the Champions Chess Tour, but it was without increment, and also we both had lag during that match, and it was I dirty flagged him, so I don't want to read too much into that. But he's definitely a very strong player, either Wei or Savian, and I look forward to.
And lastly, your mom is also here with you, and you have a nice support system around. Tell us how much important that is, so you just focus on chess.
Yeah, for important tournaments, it's I think definitely important that someone close to you accompanies you, and I'm happy of course she cannot come to all the tournaments because she's busy with the hospital, but I'm happy she can make time and come for me when it's a very important tournament.
Congratulations, Arjun, and good luck in the next game.
Thank you.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
White to play and win.
Okay. So first I'm trying to figure out which piece should kind of deliver mate. Because for now I see the problem that if we try to go for mate directly, there's some king g6 options. But I have the feeling that we will see some, I don't know, f5, h5, both rooks on f5 and h5, and then some good move. Let's say some g4, knight, g7, and then there's no way to avoid mates.
Correct,
but
you're on to the solution.
But need to find the move order for this. So, I mean, first thing I thought about was knight e8, but then after g8, okay, I have knight g7, bishop f5 mate, so I guess we go king g6, I go f5, rook f5, h5, rook h5, need to be sure, and then knight g7, and then bishop f5 and g4.
So we start with h5, yeah.
Here?
Yeah, king g6.
Yeah, okay, that's, sorry. Yeah, because f5, rook f5, h5, there's king h5. And then I cannot go knight g7 because of king g4 and bishop f5 there's g4. Okay. Yes.
Very good. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's very nice actually.
Amazing. Good job.
Well done.
Hello and welcome back. And I gotta say, the finish line of round 5 is in sight. We have 3 games ongoing, but the big pressing question is how many of these matches will go to tie breaks? We have there in the corner Frederick Svana in a must-win situation if he wants to take the match to tie breaks against Javokir Sindarov. We also have Liam Lei just finding all of the defensive moves, but will it be sufficient as Alexander Donchenko has a winning advantage? And for Wei Yi, it has been a dream. He won a pawn in the opening and he hasn't really let go. But will Sam Sevian managed to pull the rabbit out of the hat, get that miracle and save it? Those are the questions on our minds. And I got to ask you, Arturs, where do you want to head to? Which game do you think warrants more investigation?
That's a very good question. I'm trying to figure out how trivial is Wei Yi's victory over Sam Sevian, because we haven't checked this game for a while. The game Sindarov against Frederick Svane, it seems that Sindarov has figured out that because of his activity of the pieces, that's the top left corner diagram we have, it should be sufficient for him to save the game. Of course, the game still continues. In the game Donchenko against Malaya, we checked like this crazy rook king game, which is very difficult to understand, and it's possible to understand only with engines. Maybe let's go to the game of Wei Yi and understand what's the fastest way to convert this, because we have the help of the relation bar. Of course, we also see that extra pawn is on the board, and c4 was just played by the Chinese grandmaster, and this is not really a blunder. It's a trick. By the way, king e5 was just played by the American grandmaster. I just want to point that knight c3 check, Yovi, here is met by king d2, knight x on a2, and now I think you just cut off the bishop from the escape, and then you play king c2 and king b2, which is a lovely geometry because the bishop on c5 serves two purposes. First, it doesn't allow the black knight to escape, and second, it doesn't allow the black king to get closer to the fence. Maybe the line even continues here. f3, g takes, king f3, king c2, king g4, king b2, and you're just not in time to eliminate the pawn on h4.
No, the king will have to develop new powers if it wants to survive that particular position, you know. Yeah, the king's very slow piece, can't just multitask, and very nice trick there. And king to e5 was a very quick response there from Sam. The evaluation bar did not think that this was the best defense, but this does invite the white king to take a step up. But I think Sam is being very tricky with how he's moving the knight. His big idea is that after king to d3, knight to b2. And be careful, because if you go king c3, there's going to be a knight to d1. And could be seeing a turnaround.
Yeah, that's a lovely move. So the last thing that Sam can do is to make some tricks. King d3 probably is not the cleanest move. By the way, the same applies for, or maybe it doesn't. Like if I play king d2,
Yeah, then you got c5 at the end of the day.
this is not a check. That's a pretty big difference.
Mm-hmm.
c5, king d5, you need to attend the pawn. I know you probably can go back to the pawn on f4. King f3, king f4. And yeah, this knight, unfortunately, cannot do anything to save it. Like maybe king c6, king f3, knight e3, bishop d4. Here, wait, I'm not very accurate, I suppose. Here, king d5.
Maybe
Then this
a4.
pawn goes forward. Yeah, a4. I'm like it's just running out of ideas. I mean, a5, a6, a7 is marching here. Now this knight leaves, then you drop the pawn. And then the Dark Kingdom at the king side. So, yeah. I think we are going to see Weyi winning this.
Yes, just needs to follow through with a precise move. Don't rush with moves like king to d3. But king to d2 is sufficient. And I guess the only thing that you need to calculate is whether the black king can be a menace on the right side. Doesn't look like that at all. Also, I just wanted to point out that if the king goes to, say, f5, yeah, so like this is fine. This is fine. I just wanted to point out that. Yeah, I think you're channeling the same idea.
King f4, that's what I wanted to do. And while you're running to the queen side, I wanted to take it here. But again, like I think this is pretty straightforward. Bishop a7, king b3, you trap the knight. The knight is stuck on a4. Not really that difficult. So most likely Weyi is just making sure. Like he's got this. He's such a brilliant player. I mean, I still remember his amazing game against Kasper Piorun. Which round was this? Second round, I believe.
Yes.
Very dynamic chess player. So I'm pretty sure he's going to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm also very sure that he'll figure that one out as well. As he, he found superb tactical motifs. The one that you're talking about is this bishop to f7, which he had to have seen in advance. It was the only way for him to get a winning advantage. And yeah, my knight in the center of the board is usually dim as well. We have Anatomy, Karpov. Well, this is, you need to get them. It's quite funny because I did a lecture last year on knights. And it's interesting because everyone kind of associates that a knight in the center is actually the best squares for it. But the best ones is actually if you're white to get them to d6 and f6 because they have a lot of attacking potential on d6. They literally just completely block any way of your opponent to get any activity on f6. And they're involved in checkmating ideas. And then, then once they're on the 5th rank for whites, then they become beasts. And the same is true, of course, on the reverse. So for Weyi, yeah, he's just looking around. I think this is simply him just making sure that he's as precise as possible. Because you can see he is still pretty much focused. He's not lost concentration at all. He's looking around, but he's not really following. And I'm expecting king to d2. That's going to be sufficient.
Any chance he's thinking about something else? Like, what's he going to have for dinner?
No. Because when you're looking around and you're kind of like zooming in on the camera, that's when you're thinking about, oh my goodness me, what is my life like? Here he's like in that Beth Harmon mode. Like he's like looking king f2. This is like pure, like I want to say maths here. He's going king d2 and he's kind of doing that race in his mind. What's going to happen if the king moves over to g4? Is there time? And maybe he's thinking about the fly. Yesterday I was bothered by a fly. Now I seem to have transferred it over to Weyi. Yes.
Yeah, I read that some players were bothered by mosquitoes. I never saw a single mosquito. I don't know. Like they were not attacking me. I was not that interested. Interesting for them. All right. So shall we move on to the next game?
Yes, let's move on. And again, let's head to that crazy rook and pawn endgame. It is going down the path that we predicted. I'm just looking at the game there on the top right. And here, Liam Le is banking absolutely everything and the house on the fact that his B pawn is going to be enough to secure a draw. Unfortunately, it absolutely isn't. And Donchenko knows that. I mean, he's been in such fantastic shape this whole event. He's had the highest tournament performance rating of everyone. He eliminated Anish Giri from the competition. He also eliminated his friend and also fellow candidate, Matthias Blubaum, David Anton, and now it looks like Liam Le, who was the rating favorite from the remaining players. It looks like he's going to be eliminated from the competition as well.
Yeah, absolutely impressive run by Alexander so far, and he's looking right now for the most clinical way to win this. I'm pretty sure he feels he's winning 2 extra pawns, and the B pawn for white is not going anywhere. Can we try the most blatant way? Like, can I play f4? I mean,
Yes.
this position is this move is basically screaming to be played because you want to free the rook, and I think that white has to respond either with a capture or here. So this is pretty clear. B5. Black is even faster with his own threats, so white has to take. So which one is it?
Well, if you go
Maybe-
rook takes e4, isn't f takes e3 going to be easy in game to win?
Hang on.
Rook takes.
I noticed something here.
Oh, I
Right.
forgot about that. So yes, you got to come in with your king. Yeah.
And rook g4 doesn't work because your king is so far away. There's still some tricks. And apparently here, I think this is where table base kicks in. Yeah, table base says that black is winning, but this is not so clear. Wait, this is not so clear. A 4? F3 doesn't work. Actually, this is how I think you lose. Yeah. No, wait, it does work. Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, I'm trying to recall something about the floating squares from Mark Dvoretsky in-game manual. And the rule was that you can stop them if they're not touching the final rank. And the floating square was like this. That's a floating square. So the king presumably can take care of these pawns. Let's say e4.
If you go b5, yeah, okay, b4,
Yeah.
then
Yeah, if you play b5, king c5, e4, you're not going to make it. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, you're not going to make it. So instead of b5, white could play e4, king e5. I'm still threatening to take, and after b5, king d6, I'm in the square. So that's the concept of the floating square, but it's very rare you actually see it in a real game. I have studied this, and I'm pretty sure that Donchenko has studied this. So this could be like a fantastic way to win. Like maybe there's something cleaner, but takes f3. But maybe I don't have to take on g4. And if I go here,
well, at the very least, can you not take the pawn? No, okay. No, you go rook to g8. No, that doesn't
yeah, rook
work.
g8. You're right, completely right. Rook g8. No.
No.
Rook g4. Okay, so that's why they say rook in games are treacherous. Yeah, you can easily misplay things, and like this f4 maybe is not the forcing move, but there's a lot of things that Donchenko needs to calculate, and he has only 8 minutes left, so
And
it's
what about-
not guaranteed.
Okay, what about that f4 line? Not that king and pawn endgame, not the so not f3. Now f takes e3, because you can rook takes. Okay, and now something here. Like, could you, as long as you don't take Like, could you step up with a king so yeah, like this, king c6? Because I suspect that Donchenko will just go for a line which may not be winning. May not be the shortest way to win, but it's good enough.
Yeah, like a pragmatic choice. I agree.
Yes.
So the question is, how obvious is this position? Let's say I go here.
Mm-hmm. And now
According
can you
to the
start
table
doing
base,
the caterpillar?
the only move that is winning is king d6 go back. I don't understand it why. So it's not king c6. According to the table base, it's rook g5. Oh, come on. Like, if this is the only move to win, like king
Well, I
c6.
think it's viable.
Yeah, but what's the idea to play rook b5 and g5, I suppose? It is findable.
Yes.
And if I go king h3,
Rook
now you
goes
march
over.
rook. King b5, king h4. You know, I gotta tell you, Yovi, I would not be fully sure about this.
But wait
Like,
one
if I would-
second. Can you kind of modify it a little bit? Because I suspect that Donchenko's brain is right over here. So I'm just thinking rook to b5. Could you do that? Or rook could you get some tempo with rook to e5?
Here,
Get some tempo with rook e5.
rook e5. Here, right here, rook
Yeah.
e5.
Yeah, or yes. And then what you want to do is go g5.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not arguing. Like, I agree, it's probably winning, but like
Not
from
easy.
this position, that you have to find the cleanest way to win. And all of us, we're armed with engines and evaluation bars, and we see that it's winning. But like, I can easily imagine myself in shoes of Donchenko. Yeah, so you're like not fully sure, because like there's not even one combination. There's several combinations you have to consider. Like after f4, rook e4, and you've been in this situation so many times, you know that very often, according to an engine, one move is winning and one is a draw. Like it's a very, very common feeling. And f takes rook e3, like once again, this entire sequence where you get two connected pass pawns, the b pawn remains for white. Are you sure it's a win? Like, he can always go there and just hope it's for the best, but he's looking for something cleaner. And I'm not sure there's anything like this idea of h for rook g5, rook h5, rook h8. Somehow my hand doesn't raise to play. Now you can see there's a lot of stress for Alexander. Like, he feels this is a gigantic moment and the stakes are the highest. It's the ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely. And as we saw, it's far from easy. And as you mentioned, and we've also mentioned many times, the players are just working on their own brains. They're not armed with any evaluation bars, any kind of computer knowledge whatsoever. And f4, which looks like it is the most direct way, is far from an easy path at all. And the stress is very much apparent there on Donchenko. He's also, the clock is ticking down. I gotta say, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I want to say, I'm not sure that Donchenko is actually going to be winning this. The path,
maybe
the victory is fraught.
Let me put it this way. I would say there is a pretty good chance that Limley might still save the game. Like, I don't want to jinx it, and I really like Alexander, the way he's been playing it, but I see he's nervous. You're seeing it, Yovi. And he doesn't see a clean way to win. Like, he's looking at these same games. He sees these positions, but the hardest part is to evaluate. Are you sure? Are you sure about this? And I don't think he can fully say for sure that that's the win. And I think that he might go for the f4, f3 idea. So he has the floating square in his mind. I'm pretty sure Limley already has figured it out. And we might see either that endgame where, let me maybe put it on the analysis screen once again while Alexander's thinking about his choices, like f4, rook takes on e4, f3. So the floating square is winning if white accepts. If my calculation is not totally failing me, there could be some other moves. Or rook e8. No, he played king d5 instead.
Yeah.
Another move.
No, but it was the sheer frustration.
And that's a mistake.
Whoa. No, but Liam doesn't play that. He's just going to go to repeat the position. But what a saving move it would have been to have played b5 to sacrifice the rook.
Oh my goodness. He played it so quickly.
Because it was the balance of the game. You just repeat. But look at this. How to stop that pawn from promoting? I don't think you do.
Does he see it now? Do you think? No. That was the point, the entire idea. You put the king on h2 to disconnect the rook. You march the b pawn forward. Does he realize this? Because he just played it so quickly. And I've been in this situation so many times, Yovi. It's just sometimes the hand makes the move for you. It's like you want to apply pressure on the clock. You play the move and you realize, oh my goodness, what did you just do? I mean, come on. Like b5. I don't know if he sees it or not, but this could be very unpleasant for him.
But Artis, I think the narrative is just simply he just wants us to repeat the position. He just went rook c5, king to d6. Okay, the rook is going to drop back to c4. We've seen this position before because Donchenko has gone into a massive think, right? And he couldn't find the way. He couldn't find anything better than king to d5. So now Liam is thinking about what to do.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right. That he just wants to repeat the position, but I mean, it was just too lovely. Yeah, this entire sequence. Sack the rook, play b6, and black has to give perpetual.
No, he plays rook c3.
c3. Okay,
now,
c4.
Surely now f4.
That's a bit surprising. So I would have thought that he's going to repeat the position with rook c4.
Yeah, but he's banking on the fact that after f4, you have this rook to g3 idea. But that doesn't work. That does not work, Artis. You can take. Rook takes, and if you go rook to g3, you've got rook f6 at the end of the day.
All right. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, no, okay, but this is interesting because, okay, he throws in a check. We're going to be following this one, but there are two other games in progress. So let's head over to Frederick Svana against Yavokir Sindarov. Now, Sindarov just half a point away, for those of you just joining us, from walking into the quarterfinals. And so far, he has played some excellent dynamic chess to maintain the balance in this endgame. So Frederick Svana is more or less relying on a swindle if he wants to get out of this one and get that much-needed win.
But it starts to look quite unlikely because black is threatening to collect a pawn on a2.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say if white plays rook takes on a6, I'm seeing bishop d5. Bishop d5 hitting the pawn, and you do get your two connected pass pawns, and maybe ultimately that's what you have to do. But then after like bishop a2, rook a2, this would become a three-result game. And there's a very interesting fact about this, because let's say this happens, and we might still possibly see this, where Frederick overpushes things too hard, and let's say Javokhir Sindarov wins the game, then essentially this victory would allow him to climb to the #1 spot of Uzbekistan Chess Federation. So he would actually overtake Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who has had a pretty disastrous tournament here in Goa. I think he lost like 18 points or so.
Wait 1 second. Handshake. handshake has occurred, which means we're waiting for the kings to be placed, but it
That was a pretty
feels
bad
like a
timing.
draw has been agreed. And with that, with a draw, that is sufficient for Javotier to qualify to the quarterfinals. And it has been a glorious run for Frederick Svaner. He defeated Adis Gurel, Gukesh, Saxian, but his run ends now. And it is Javotier Sindarov who proceeds to the quarterfinals. Congratulations to him. So that means we just have three tie breaks, and already we have a lot of qualifiers for the quarterfinalists. Okay, so that means 2 games outstanding, and let's head over to Wei Yi against Sam Sevian. Wei Yi, this is the game on the right. Bishop versus knight, and it's just what we thought. The white king is going to be an absolute terror, destroying the kingdom on the right side. It's going to step up to g5. Knights are crafty though, and Sevian, he's finding some nice moves to stay in the game. The white king couldn't advance because of knight to e4 check, so that knight gets kicked away. King to g5 is incoming.
Yeah, there's still some tricks. Still some tricks left. The knight is a tricky piece. Bishop e1 is a very accurate move. Otherwise, here, instead of course, you could have played king g5, knight e4 is a fork. So bishop e1 looks logical. I suppose you want to play knight b5 here. King g5, king takes on c6. Again, you see like black is almost going to make it. King takes on g6 is knight f4, knight g2. You eliminate all the pawns. But I think something like bishop d2, king g6, king h5. If these pawns fall, it's game over. So knight here, king f6, I suppose, king d7, and you just need to find the right order of the moves. Maybe king f7 or bishop g5, like this. King g7, threaten to take it. Like, it's amazing position. It seems that black is this close to make a draw, except he's not. Like, the knight falls, everything falls at the king side, and white will be simply left with 2 extra pawns at the king side.
Absolutely. And very instructive as well. Again, how the white king just comes into the game. And also, I gotta give credit to the way that Sam has been finding all of these tricky moves. You know, that he keeps on finding resources. That knight was on the edge of the board. It didn't look like it was anywhere close to getting to the king side to get involved in the defense. But knights, they're crafty pieces. The knight jumps to d5. It's as we expected. And king takes c6 is the move that we're expecting.
Yeah, this line is going exactly right there, because I think that black has to eliminate the pawn on c6. There's no choice. King c6. Maybe there's a quieter move, like bishop g3. Oh, no, wait, bishop g3 allows knight e3. So bishop d2 to dominate the knight is so logical. Like, there's no forks to deliver. Yeah, so he takes on c6. We're going exactly to this line. So knight e7, last hope, king f6, attack the knight. Maybe you throw in knight f5, bishop g5, that's it. Yeah, so these pawns fall. And also notice that this is the right corner. I mean, maybe it's completely irrelevant, but you can never even give up the knight for the pawn and hope for some kind of a defense. I mean, on top of that, the king is very far away. So the bishop and 2 connected pass pawns against the knight, it's an easy victory.
Yeah, it is an easy victory. Also, a very instructive one at that. King c6, by the way, was played. It was the only move for Sam to continue fighting, and it did make an appearance. And the way looking around, he goes for g3, which was another very fine move. But here, you know, Sam is probably going to try to keep the game alive once more by going knight to e7. He's got ideas that maybe the knight can jump to g3 and start attacking that piece.
How is it any different? Like, I didn't expect this. It's probably the same, yeah? King f6.
Yeah.
King goes here. Oh, wait, I'm not sure I like it because now there's some counterattack with knight f5, knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
For example, like you go... Okay, I mean, maybe let's just follow the live game because they're just playing very quickly. King f6, king d7, if he is going to show where's the victory. Like, I would have thought with the pawn of g2 it was a bit easier, but...
This is the way.
It's a Zugzwang. It's a Zugzwang, that's why.
Yeah, beautifully done there. The king can't keep protection of the knight. If it steps up, there's going to be bishop to b4. If it steps down, well, there's going to be a lot more waiting going on. You can throw in checks, but it's ultimately there. This is the point, and now the bishop is going to come to f4 and no way out.
And that's it. Yeah. So it's a shame for Sevian and all the American chess fans. Like, he was leading such a tenacious defense. It feels like, I could imagine, pretty bad. Like, you blunder early, you play a long game, you fight heroically, and it's still not enough. But that's what happens when you play against a world-class player. They don't give you basically any second chances. And at some point, Sam already almost had managed to do it. Like, he was this close to escape, and then this, I don't know what happened, mouse slip or something in the middle of the endgame, 2 mistakes in a row, and nothing to be done.
Yeah. But some great technique there from Wei Yi. You know, he didn't rush, took his time, kept firm control. King to d8, the only move to prolong the inevitable, and we are going to be seeing the plan where white just stabilizes the bishop, puts it on f4, and everything is tied together, and black is the one that has to give way. And talking about giving way, look at Liam Lia's position is as we predicted, f4 appearing, and this rook on f4 can just slide back whenever it wants to. It can keep firm control over the b pawn.
I think bishop f4 in the Yi's game is going to be the final move. I just don't see Sevian continuing this. Although, like, he has nothing to lose. Like, he loses, he exits the tournament. But, like, there's zero ideas left. And he knows this endgame without the 2 kingside pawns is dead lost. So why would you play this? Maybe he could try to play for some shouldering with the king, but...
Thing is, though, both pawns are going to be falling, and it's like you said, you know, if it were the wrong rook's corner, you might see something like knight to f5 and then followed by some knight takes h4 business going on. But the h8 square is black, and we have a dark square bishop on the board, so no solace there. And I agree with you. I think we are seeing the final moves of Sam. He comes up with the knight. Now it's time to take the pawn. Yes, he goes for it.
There's a small trick, though. I found one more trick. Like king g6, king e6, if you take on h5, like, I could be shouldering your king, which maybe still is not enough. I was hoping to somehow blockade it, or knight f6, knight g4, and claim that your pawns are going nowhere. As you can see, Engine says that even this is winning. But I think that after king e6, here Wei Yi can make some quiet move, like bishop g5 or something. No, he just takes
He's
the
just
pawn.
taking it. Yeah, so his whole idea is just to do what you suggested. Was if the king steps up to f5, then bishop to g5, and then g4 is going to be driving the king away.
Yeah,
And for Sam,
the game is over.
It is over. It is going to be over. And it has been a great ride for Sam Sevian, you know, winning Armageddon in round 4 and playing such fantastic chess, you know. defeating Naya Tingjing Yao in the tiebreaks. It has been a fantastic run for the American, but ultimately Wei Yi just proved too strong today. His nerves just a little bit stronger than the American.
Yep. So it's about to wrap up, and let's maybe stay here for a moment. I don't think there's anything yet going on. It's all about acceptance. You have to accept what's happening. King F6. Okay. All right. So the game still continues. I understand it perfectly. Okay, I understand it, but like he has nothing to lose. Like you're very unhappy about what's going on, but ultimately there's nothing you can do about it. So we have one more game.
Yep, we have another game in the equation, and that is there on the left, Liam Le against Alexander Donchenko. Donchenko, now that he's secured f4, gotten a rook right to where it wants to be, it's just a question of making sure that the b pawn is under control. And black is 3 pawns to the good. And I think actually it will be the e pawn that will be the clincher for Donchenko.
Yeah, I think so. Because I have a feeling that white will have to trade the b pawn for the g pawn. And then you're right. Yeah, this pawn on e4 is going to decide. So b6, rook b7 changes nothing. Yeah, like this gives nothing. So black plays rook b7, king c5, rook b6. Thank you for the pawn. So I don't think this is going to happen. So instead of this, Lim Le might try to play rook g1, attack the pawn, which, by the way, there's still rook f6. But I thought that maybe there's some scenario where black is going to win because of this pawn. But now that I'm looking at this, Yovi, I think the simpler move, of course, is just... oh, wait, maybe it's not a simpler move. Rook g5.
I think it is. And then here you start coming in with the king and the e pawn. So that's how it is. And then everything is cut off. So now king to d3. And yeah, king to e2. And we have the Lucina position, just with lots of pawns on the board.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
What a victory it will be for Donchenko if indeed this is gonna go as it is happening.
Okay, but this is a good move there.
b7. I don't see how it helps.
Well, wait 1 second. Okay, so he's going to go b6, right?
King c5.
And king will go to c5. And then the plan is to go king to f4. No. This is, okay, rook. I was thinking rook to c1 and try to get a situation where the black king is cut off.
Yeah. I don't think it's cut off, and I don't think you can run to the pawn on g5, but it's worth a try. So king f4, rook b5, maybe give a check here. King d3 is always there.
Yeah.
No, like there's already no ideas for Lemle here. Like, I don't know, maybe rook g1. Okay, rook g1. So he wants to get this position with rook b6, king e4, and somehow claim that these connected pass pawns are going nowhere.
Yeah, but here is also the big question. Can you not just go king to d3? Or is it wise to go king to d3 and go into that? Or is it much simpler to go g5? That's the next question. You go for the path of simplicity.
G5, king e4, but yeah, pieces are a bit weird here. And there are moments when you can misplay things. There you go. Yeah, this h4.
Yeah.
You're allowed to block the pawns. Like, this is also a very, very famous in-game where the stronger side is not winning. The king is cut off, and let's say here. Oh, sorry. Apparently, I don't know things. Maybe disconnect the rook. The king. No. Okay. I thought I know this. No, apparently I don't. Rook d1, king e5, king g4, and apparently black cannot make a
Now you
progress.
go rook
This is,
e1.
this is the dream for the Vietnamese grandmaster, but I don't think we're going to get there.
No, it is, but it's very instructive to know, like, where should you go? Should you go king to d3 and go into this type of position? And king to d3 does feel like it is the safer of the two, in the sense that...
Oh yeah, I mean, king d3 is totally, like, also would be my top choice. Like you said, Yovi, like, most likely black is going to win because of the passed e-pawn. That's what it looks like. So
yeah.
If you take it, e3 should be a win. You could give a check. And now most likely some king d4. Can I do that, by the way? King d4. Oh, no.
No,
I
think you king e2 was what I was thinking, or e3.
King e2. And if I give you one more check?
King f1. Hang on. How to do this?
Wait. How is this easy?
This is not easy. This is
Yovi
making it incredibly difficult. Okay, we're getting this, though. We are going to get that. I think rook to g3 is the best defense.
There's still Venom. Watch out for this. And the Donja goes down to the last 100 seconds. So rook g3, check. Apparently, king e2 is the win. King d2 is also a win. I don't understand why king d2, king d2, what's the difference? King d4 is a draw. Like, I thought actually it's a very natural move, but the point is now your pawn is going nowhere. This check, I guess, changes everything.
Okay, well, here it is. Critical moment. Will Donchenko find it? Will he put the king on e2, d2? Going forward is the way to win. Going backward is the way to draw.
I mean, going forward, it feels very logical, but you gotta see king f2. If you don't see king f2, that is becoming really difficult. And even then, he finds it. Yeah, so he finds it. I think actually I got the move before the camera. Yeah, king e2. All right. Yeah, Limley was not happy to see this move.
No. Also, okay, now I think the king steps up one more time.
He repeats the position to gain 1 extra minute on the clock. That's smart. That's smart. Who was it, Debbie? Was it Tigran Petrosian? One of the greats, one of the formidable champions, Yovi. He said that the art of repeating the positions is severely underused. Because, I mean, and he said it before the Fischer extra added time was implemented. So he said it at the time when you would have to make certain amount of moves to get to the next time control. That people are underusing this feature to repeat the moves a couple of times just to gain time, just to get extra information of the opponent. And of course, nowadays, when you're playing with an increment, it means plus 30 seconds per move. Clearly, this was not, I think it was Petrosian, not in his mind, but that's a lovely quote.
Yeah, it is a lovely quote. And I think it's also very, very handy. And on the right, we have now the two games that we have ongoing. On the right, Wei Yi with his last move, h6. He is just cementing his winning advantage. Next move is going to be g5. There's nothing to stop those pawns advancing. And the camera there for Savian says it all. There's no hope here whatsoever.
Yeah,
for Sam,
he
just has to make a move, put the knight on the edge, or it is resignation. But with resignation, it all becomes rather final. But he knows that it's
all
over.
Right. All right. H6. Okay, he does make a move. Knight E7. Bishop D4.
Mhm.
Looks like an easy move to dominate the knight.
He goes for bishop d6, is just as good. There's no checks available to that knight. Next move will be g5 incoming.
And king G6. Maybe hope for some stalemate.
Nope, not going to be allowed. And now h7.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for. H7.
That's what he's hoping for.
H7 out of
Yes.
fate. That would be lovely.
Yeah. But I was gonna say h7 check is the plan at one point, but all he has to do now is go g5. G5, no stalemates. And when h7 lands, it's going to land with a check, and it's going to be backed up by a bishop popping out to e5, and that is it. It's going to be game over. G5, and this is going to induce resignation.
No, not yet. King G8. So Sam is going to fight it out at the very end. H7, and I think King H6. Wait, King H6.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yes, you can.
Knight F6. Knight
He
F6.
goes King F7. Haha, beautiful.
King F7. Okay, King F7 was clean. Like I found some funny resources after King H6, but this is good enough.
Nothing is stopping that advance of the G pawn.
So Wei Yi
Sam
makes it to the
hesitating.
next round.
Yep, he's gonna get there. Excellent technique though from Wei Yi. Like when he got into a situation where it was just pure calculation, he really showed us why he is one of the world's best players. And Wei Yi ever so close. I think he's ranked number 11 in the world, and he does it. With that win, Wei Yi walks into the quarterfinals, and we say goodbye to Sam Sevian. It really was the calm before the storm, because we've had now so many decisive results, and we're on the verge of seeing another one appear. Just 3 tie breaks so far for tomorrow, and we're about to see Donchenko perhaps secure a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but this is only getting very theoretical, Yovi, because I'm looking at this position, I'm wondering, how did they get there? Apparently, Donchenko has chosen a different continuation. You're seeing it correctly. The pawn on e4 is under attack. It can be taken. And then apparently black is going to win because of the past h-pawn. I never would have thought. I always thought that the pawn on h5 is meaningless. It doesn't do anything. But we are getting a position where it's going to be the march of the h-pawn, which is deciding. So I would like to maybe show the analysis board. And yeah, there you go. King e4 was just played. This moment after rook takes on g6. Actually, I think I was it who hallucinated that the pawn on e4 is defended. I thought that it's king f2 and the pawn on e4 is defended. I forgot it's defenseless, Yovi. And apparently here this rook h3 is a very powerful idea. It comes with e4, e3, e2, e1. White has to accept it. And now the h-pawn, h4, h3, king f2, rook g3, or maybe just h2. And this is going to be a technical win.
Yeah, some brilliant calculation there from Donchenko. Lovely how the rook on b3 creates a shield for its king to hide behind. Also prevents the white king from making any inroads towards the h-pawn. And yeah, normally we say rook pawn's bad here because of the excellent configuration of the king and the rook. It is bad indeed, but only for Liam Le. Just very calmly calculated as well by Donchenko. Not too much time on the clock. We could see him getting frustrated as well.
Yeah. This is one of those rare positions where the side pawn in rook king games is winning, because there's so many of these positions when they're drawn, and it's all about the king's placement. Here, the white king on e4 is positioned so unfortunate, like it cannot cross the third rank. Had it been on h2, obviously, it's a dead draw. There's nothing to do. But this h3, h2, king g2, and rook g3, covering from checks, he is the winning setup. And I think that he's looking right now for some side checks here, trying to find a setup, but I don't think there's anything. Yeah, and table base basically confirms, Yovi, that Donchenko is winning.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those people not knowing what tabled bases are, it just means that there's so few pieces on the board that the computers have literally, through brute force, worked out whether a position is winning or not. And the king just keeps on sliding. Donchenko repeating the position just in order to get that time on the clock. I'm expecting the rook to give a check one more time.
Still very tricky. Rook f6 check. Do you play king e2? Actually, what was wrong with king g2? Maybe Alexander once again used the opportunity to get extra 1 minute on the clock. I would have thought that king g2 and rook g3 you cover from the checks, but maybe he's worried about the side attacks.
Yeah, I think he's just simply working through where to put the kings. You know, maybe the king needs to go, I would say king to g2 and then block with the rook to g3. I think he's just making sure he gets enough time to reinforce his analysis.
Yeah. King e2 instead. Okay. Table base draw. Table base draw.
Oh.
Rook e6, rook c6. Oh my goodness. King e2. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. This is a miss.
It is a big miss. So close.
Why?
King to g2, rook to g3 would have been a step in the right direction. You know, he's not got too much time on the clock. And it's so easy to hallucinate things. Wow. And this game delivering up a final twist. Now, Lemley has to be very precise here, but he's been granted a golden opportunity.
Let's go to the analysis board right here. So after rook f6 check, you got to play king g3. I don't know what kind of ghost here Alexander saw. Rook g6 check. Why didn't you play rook g3? I think he saw some side attacks with rook a6 here. And here, Yovi, the key move, the only move is rook f3. The only move, rook f3. You had to find it. Rook f3. Now, if white gives a check here, rook g3 check, king f2. Now this pawn is marching forward. You cannot stop it. This setup was very important. Now instead here, this is, I think, the reason why Donchenko suspected it's a draw. For example, you play h3, rook a2 check, king goes here, king f4, and the king is getting close. Or maybe king g1. Yeah, king g1, king f4, the king is getting close. You give a check, I give you a check here, and again, I give you a check. So he saw this position. He simply missed this idea. King g2, rook g6, rook g3 here, and such a sneaky move, rook f3.
Wow. Wow, but look at the emotion on Donchenko's face. He's so upset. You know, he understands that he was so close to winning, and now it has slipped through his fingers. h3. Rook pawns, they're so bad, and you have to be so accurate in finding the right way to just advance them. And rook coming to h6. And this is a technical draw.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry for Alexander right now. I mean, you can literally read all the pain in his face. Like, he just can't believe it. Like, he was this close. He was this close to do it. Like, this endgame, like, I read some comments by the chat members, you have to resign right now, etc. Come on, guys. Like, it's a very, very tricky endgame. And when we are armed with the engines, everything is so clear. But what that's the thing that engines cannot explain us. It says us it's winning, but then at some moment you have to find the only winning move. And in the time scramble, after a 6-hour game, basically, Alexander didn't find it. That's a heartbreak right here.
And now we're in a situation where the HP pawn, it is being caught. It's going to fall off the board and a draw will be agreed. The king slides over. Rook takes h3 is going to be played, of course. And it was so close and yet so far away for Alexander Donchenko. But in the end, Lemle draws and this match goes to tiebreaks. And we haven't even fit 4 quarterfinalists. 4 matches going to be decided in tomorrow's tiebreaks. Wow. Artis, who would have thought that the surprises would be there, right?
I think both players are pretty shocked. Limley didn't definitely expect he's going to save it. Like, he doesn't really show any emotions, and Alexander is totally emotionally destroyed at the moment. And I just hope that he is going to find the time to recover after this. It's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, they do say, Yovi, that chess is mainly a psychological game, so I really hope that Alexander is going to find the strength to bounce back. He's a big fighter, but yeah, such a miss. Unfortunately, you remember them for a very long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Big miss there from Donchenko. Well, he can't regret things too much because tomorrow he will be back at the board for the tiebreaks. So let's take a look at the results of the day. It was the calm after the storm as we saw some incredible results. We saw Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces take down Levon Aronian to grab a spot in the quarterfinals. We also saw Frederick Svana. We saw him leave the competition as he could not win on demand against Javokir Sindarov. And Artis, I mean, it was excitement aplenty.
Yeah, like definitely today's games delivered, Yovi. Like, I think one of the central games of the round was indeed Erigaisi's victories over 2-time World Cup winner Levon Aronian. And then we saw this absolute heartbreak of a game like Doncic against Lemle. And the amazing game of Yakuboyev against Sargsyan. Like, this potentially could have been also the game of the round with these amazing sacrifices. Yovi, my knight takes on f7, yours, bishop takes on e6, just his card. Stockfish doesn't fully appreciate it sometimes, but what a day.
Yeah, what a day. I mean, we've seen it all. We've seen like fiery attacks, we've seen miracle saves, we've seen fantastic tactics, and it just means that we have some people going straight through to the quarterfinals. For others, it's going to be a hard fight tomorrow. So let's take a look at the brackets. I mean, we started off with 206 players. I mean, take a look at that, you know, scrolling all the way down. We're now in the round of 16. Thankfully, we got past the...
Do you find my name somewhere there? I was also there somewhere. Like, all this fast scrolling, I was somewhere there. Doesn't matter where.
I mean, it just kind of drives home what an incredibly huge competition this is and also how fierce it is. But through to the quarterfinals, Javokir Sindarov, Nordibek Yakuboyev, Wei and Arjun Erigaisi, and tomorrow tie breaks. We're going to be saying goodbye to 4 players. We're going to find artists.
You got to zoom in so far.
There you are.
So far. There's me. Yeah.
Where are you, artists?
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It doesn't matter. Thank you, Brian. We have an amazing producer.
We do have an amazing producer, but maybe it wasn't the best idea to revisit those bad memories. But okay, artists, I mean, it has been such a brilliant day. I mean, it's been very enjoyable, surprising all the right way round. And tomorrow, tie breaks for four matches. 8 players still left in the competition. In the tie breaks, we're going to be seeing a departure tomorrow of 4. And if you want to catch up on the actions, well, we've got you covered wherever you are in the world. and take a look at this. Well, unfortunately for those of you in America, well, you've drawn the short straw. You're going to have to get up really, really early in the morning, but I can guarantee it is going to be well worth it. Grab yourselves a cup of coffee and tune in to the action. For those of you in Beijing, well, again, we have you covered. It's going to be in the evening, but you're going to be there ready to cheer on the action. And as always, the play starts at 3 p.m. Indian time, and for Londoners, 9:30 in the morning. Perfect time to enjoy Sunday morning. What could be better? Your breakfast and full-on adrenaline-packed chess. Artists, it's been such a fantastic day. And what a day it has been here on the Goan Coast. It's been brilliant fights, heartbreaks, and pure class on the board, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I sometimes feel we have the best seats in the house. We get to follow this amazing high-level action, all spectrum of emotions happening. And once again, it just proves that chess is such a hard game, and one mistake and your hard work of 6 hours, it's gone. And that's why we love the game. And tomorrow, of course, the dessert, the tiebreaks, of course. I think for the fans, the tiebreak is something they love the most. For the players, not so much, I can tell you. I mean, all the players feel incredibly stressed during the tiebreaks. I'm pretty sure we're going to see tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings us to an end of another fascinating day here at the FIDE World Cup in beautiful Goa. From all of us on the broadcast team, thank you for joining us. And tomorrow, the tiebreaks are going to be deciding who advances, who's going to say goodbye, and we're going to be seeing you tomorrow for another thrilling day of action-packed chess. Stay safe, everyone, and have a good one.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.